You gotta like. It says connect your encoder to go live. The fuck does that mean? And now it's connected. Hey, what's going on? I'm a little early this morning. I got some stuff I gotta do here. Um, I had internet problems last Thursday, Friday. I think I don't know if I'm still having them or not. I had a break in my uh, I don't know. It's not on my end. It was like down the road on fiber on Thursday. We had an ice storm here where I live, and Wednesday, Thursday, or not. I don't know if it was Wednesday, but like at least Thursday at some point, we started losing like I don't know how to explain this. I think there's like glass or some shit, and if there's water or a break or anything in it, it's fucked. ATT thought it was at my house. Now they're saying it was down the road. They fixed it supposedly, but in the meantime, I had like Streamlabs server maybe and YouTube not communicating or something and sometimes sending information, sometimes not. Um, I don't know exactly what's going on. So I need if you guys can give me like just give me like 15, give me to like 8:45, and if you want, you can watch how I prep for the morning. For 9:30 for the 9:30 open. We can do that if you want. But I need like 15 minutes here. You can hang around if you want. Keep me on in the background. You can hear me cursing, yell, and all this other nonsense. And I'm gonna ask a someone else to answer some questions for me. I swear to God, it's like I was thinking about it over the weekend. I'm like, hold on a second. I'm hearing like an echo in my ear now. Check 1 2. You know what's really weird is what's going on? Check 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. That's weird. That's a weird sound. I sound weird. What's going on out there? Y'all doing? I'm trying to do I got some real technical difficulties going on here. I don't know if part of it's like YouTube rolling out stuff or Streamlabs doing stuff or the internet and Streamlabs and YouTube. Like this morning, or on Thursday or Friday, YouTube changed the entire back end of I think they did. I'm not sure if they did or if it's something that happened with the internet. Um, my back end on YouTube is all different. I don't know why that is. I don't know what's going on. So, anyways, I know it's like you wouldn't believe this, but on the back end, just the production side of the show, it's a whole nother job. Uh, it really is. And if you don't keep up and they make changes, they'll like give me updates and stuff. They'll be like, "Hey, this is coming up." And I'm like, "Yeah, click, turn that off," or I read it and then I turn it off and I don't think about it again because I don't really care about or I don't shouldn't say I don't care, but I'm not an in real life streamer. If I was, I would care. I don't have the time to care because if I was like in real life, I could fuck around with this YouTube shit in the background and the rest of my time. But I got to do the stock thing in the background, so I don't have the time to become like a proper YouTuber in my view, at least. So just give me like 5-10 minutes. I gotta figure out some stuff here in the background, and then if you want, you can say I prep for the morning. Give me just a few minutes here. It might be some AI shit that they're doing. Maybe it's I shouldn't have swore this early, but maybe it's like AI stuff that YouTube's doing. I'm not exactly sure. No, I don't want to do it. Hey, can you try to chat? Can you try to Can you open? Hey, can you open like a window under one of your email addresses that is not like my email address? Go to my stream and see if you can chat in there and just type test, 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 test. Please and thank you. It says my audio stream's current bit rate is lower than the recommended bit rate. We recommend that you use an audio stream bit rate of 128. It's not a good start to a Monday morning. I'm already getting tripped up here. Audio bit rate is currently at where's my output? Maybe it's under. Audio. Yeah, it's a tab. I'm doing a test right. Dude, I'm at 128 fucking audio bit rate. What are these people talking about? God. Oh, you got it. Yeah, we had a nice storm here on Wednesday, Thursday. My internet went down. I had a tech out here twice. AT&T is pretty good with that. I got to say something about AT&T. They're pretty good. Like they'll try to fix something. They will try to fix it. But the guy said it was up the road. It wasn't at my house. We ran all new wiring. I had to check all the cables in my house and stuff. And I was still having a dropped signal in my home. Like it would go up and down, up and down. And I know that there's a bunch of changes last week, or I can see them on the YouTube end of my end here. So I don't know if there was like miscommunication and maybe servers aren't talking to each other. And I dropped the stream 3 times Thursday, and then I couldn't even get on the internet on Friday. I had like dial up. I was posting stuff. I can post, but that's about it. No video streaming, none of that kind of shit. And I'm looking at this, and I don't know. Can you try to chat? Okay, you did post. You did post test. And are you a subscriber or no? So you're not a subscriber, right? So this is really weird. Everything now in the back end of this fucking thing is AI. That's what they're doing. It's all AI now. Yeah, it's they changed. Yeah, YouTube changed everything here in the back end. Like I don't get why you wouldn't at least push out some kind of a notification. Connect your encoder to go live. Why is it saying that? Wait a minute. This is really weird. This is just on now. Hey, if you're out there, if you see an ad on YouTube, would you let me know in the chat? Just like, oh, there's an ad on YouTube or whatever. There shouldn't be ads. That's why I'm saying that. There should be no ads, but I just clicked on a new button and it said that the ads are automatically on and they're set to like super high. Yeah, that's why I'm wondering. Like, I think what they did was they came in and changed the back end of YouTube, and it's like all automated or something now. I can't set anything here anymore. This is really funky. Hey, what's going on there, Hepcat? How you doing? I gotta check this over here. Okay, then I'm in studio. Okay. They changed all this shit, dude. You're getting ads right now. If you're not, are you getting ads right now? I have normally I could turn them on and off and adjust the ads. They've taken that ability away from me and hidden it somewhere. I can't decide who comments and who doesn't. They've taken everything away. It looks like they're doing some kind of AI shit in the background. I don't know exactly what. Popo Momux Pop Popo Momo X. I think I got that right. Popo Momo X. If you see another ad, let me know, because I think what it's doing is it's jacking them up on me, and I don't think I have like control over this stuff anymore. And I have another upcoming video that shouldn't be here either, and I don't know why this is here. Yeah, like I think that AI is. I think they've taken like there was some videos that came out yesterday, from like YouTube creators that were like, this happened and that happened this week, and I'm like, okay, so what's going on? I'm like, my shit was down for 2 days, so yeah, thanks, Popo. I appreciate you, brother. Manage? Nope. You guys give me just 5-10 minutes here while I do this. I'll show you how I set up for the day if you want. Just give me a few minutes here. Go to yeah, like so like they don't even have the instructions on how to do this shit anymore. Ugh, goddamn YouTube. God fucking no, fucking hate YouTube. I hate Google. God, good. God. Like, okay. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to do this. They changed the whole back end. It's like I'm flying blind here. um all right. I don't know what the fuck to do here. Okay. We'll deal with this part later. Well, I got my camera back on. That's good. Have to figure this out. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm in the live control room right now. Settings. Okay, I need to go through this more frequently. Allow third-party companies to train AI models using my channel content. They're doing that already. They don't care. We know they're already doing that. Add tags. You can post. That's good. No, I don't see. I don't see any of that. That ain't working. Oh, now, okay. Wait a minute. That's really weird. Whoa. Settings? Okay, where's the settings? This is really weird. It like totally like it had ads on, it like turned ads on, then it turned it off on me. And I don't know what's up. Oh, there we go. Where did those settings come from? It's really bizarre. Help us improve YouTube? No. That's working now, but I don't know how I did that. Sorry, I'm having issues. If you're tuning in just now, I've been having issues since last Thursday, I think. Some of it's internet based, but some of it I think might be changes on YouTube. When I do this show, I use a program called Streamlabs OBS. I'm building an OBS in the background. If you guys know what OBS is and Streamlabs OBS, two different forks of a product. So you can live stream across multiple platforms. And I stream right now. I was streaming I stream all over the place. I'll just say that. A bunch of different places. So because of that, things break. Streamlabs OBS updates their server, which is far, far away. And I don't know exactly how this all happens, but if I have to reset my computers every day, my internet every day, get assigned a new IP address. Because you're the fucking be swearing. Like ATT will try to will attempt to throttle me. You got to remember too, I'm streaming for like 8 hours a day, so they don't like that. They like streamers that are like on for an hour. You know, you play a video game or some shit and you're done. It costs these guys a lot of money, right? And then my internet company doesn't like it, so they'll try to like throttle. So every day I got to go through a routine, and we had internet issues last week. Anyways, what happens too is if I'm shutting things down and turning them back on, or if I drop the stream, let's say if I'm dropping signal, what happens is the servers won't speak to each other, or they'll give incomplete information, and then it lags catching back up, and then it creates problems. And then I have problems with it, like Microsoft. I upgraded to 11, of course, and never should have done that. And 11 is brutal. It's all AI, and I've been looking at some alternative browsers too. Maybe moving back over to Top Hat or something, whatever it's called. I think it's called Top Hat or something like that, but like a Linux based web browser. I'm getting pretty close to doing that now because of 11. But anyways, like I'll make like deep changes to USB ports and stuff as an example. I'll go into the system to do it, and it'll rearrange them all on me, like where screens are, displays are, that kind of stuff. I think I'm pretty close to being done for the moment. I think I've got some of this figured out. I kind of figured out. I don't know exactly what I'm doing here, but let's check this again. Yeah, this is really bizarre. This whole thing is there's like no way to get to this unless I turn ads on or something. I don't know what's going on. I'll figure this out later. Okay. You guys want to watch what I do in the morning? I got to leave this up over here for a minute. I'm going to cycle through some stuff really quick and just see what everything looks like. So just bear with me. You're going to hear some graphic or noise and stuff. You guys never see this anymore. We never get through this stuff anymore. Look at my head over there, how big it looks. That looks right. There's nothing there. That's my screen. Screen capture. I don't know what's going on. That one? Yep, that's it right there. That looks more normal. That looks all right. That looks all right. This looks right over there. Looks right over there. No, there's no transition anymore over there. Looks right over there. No transition there anymore. That's missing. I don't know why that's missing. Trigger screen. Let's go to bottom right. We're going to get new gamma information today, so you don't need to see that just yet. We'll know more later. We got a Fed speaker, a 3 and 6 bill month auction. The yield should go up on 3 and 6. They kind of priced in the 3 and 6 month yield already this week. The inverted yield curve is uninverting right now. Rates are going up long end. We know that. We have a Fed speaker diarrhea at 10:30. We got to watch out for that. And then we got to do a non-farm payroll and unemployment rate. We'll talk about that too. I got to talk to you guys about a bunch of shit too. Like we haven't spoken about a whole ton of stuff. We got Fed speaker diarrhea all week. Like all diarrhea. I'm interested to see what this NFP. So I want to tell you guys that NFP should be. I'm interested. Like the only information we really don't have are jobs. We have some job information, but not a ton of it. So like jobs could be bad, could theoretically be bad. They're not really bad. They're just slow. But unemployment rates shouldn't be as bad as people think it is. I keep hearing like weak unemployment, weak employment. It's not really the case. There's a lot of dog shit information out there right now. And I don't know why. I mean, I'm assuming it's AI, and it's got to be fucking AI. Like, it's got to stem from like no one wants to pay for news. Start with that. No, including myself. I pay for news. I pay a lot of money for news. But then you've got reporters that are just going to Twitter and just like fucking using Twitter information, and then you got AI writing articles and stories that are garbage. We have like in the total age of disinformation. I don't even think anybody fucking cares about it anymore. Okay, so let's look at this real quick. We did dump on Friday down below here. There's been a lot of I know that last week I told you guys up in here that we'll start back here. So we did everything we needed to do. Let's do a little bit of a rewind here. We did everything we needed to do here, right? Remember that. And all that said was we want to find out where the real buyers are. I assumed they were down at 76 down here. This could be them too. We did ramp though. We didn't even need those buyers. We ramped and hit that new all-time high, right? Now the idea, I remember the idea was we're never coming back. We're never going backwards. It's up only party, and I'm like, that's not true either. So I put a post up on Twitter last week saying the spirit of 76. That's pretty much this right here. And the argument was it's up only, and I disagree with that. I think it's more like this until we get out of QuopX, OpX. Not only that, but we normally get some violence on Vixpiration Eve or Vixpiration, and we're semi allowed to come out of QuopX. We have a small unwind potential, but the bigger unwind is the closer that we get to the month end, and that's really truly why you get your Santa rallies and where they are. They don't normally start until like the end of the month. So when you're looking for like breakouts that are sustainable, like you come up here, you do that, and you're like, okay, we're out of here, we're not coming back here. I don't expect those until, probably closer to, somewhere closer to either DivX or QuopX. The week is starting out here. This is a big week, so let's talk about this. We've got a bunch of data coming out, of course, but the truly the big ones. Let's look at let's look at a few things here. So we've got December 17th, right? We've got Vixpiration. Let's look at this here. Vixpiration, 9 a.m. Let's call it right there. Make this one. Just write this down here, Vixie. And then on Friday, we've got QuopX. And I care about this shit more than I even care about, I do care about inflation, and I do care about the employment rate, but in truth, I want to tell you guys something here. I firmly believe, like firmly, our unemployment and our employment is good. So employment, jobs, there are not a lot of openings. There are not a lot of people not working. There are not a lot of people shifting companies right now. So the real data suggests that the unemployment and employment situation is not deteriorating. I gotta say that again. Not deteriorating. Against everything out there that's being said. I mean, the noise is astronomical. And it has more to do with, that noise has more to do with the idea of, I almost lost, can you check these wires back here for me? I almost lost the screens again just now, the power. The idea here is that the long and short end are, there's not a lot of interplay in those things. There is some overlap, but it's not like one is in the hand of the other. And the government wants to kind of like separate those two things more than they have been. Like if you guys go back and read, for some reason, no one wants to go back and read Moran's, manifesto on this stuff. And there's a theory out there that we can, like drop rates to zero and stop using rates-based short end rates unless we really need to placate the market, I guess. And that tariffs are going to help pay off the debt and all this other shit. And I'm not going to go into it right now, but my issue here is that, and I think we're setting up for QE too, or not QE2, but for QE as well. Can you just check right here? Check these things right here. Maybe the cat was fucking around or something. I don't know. The idea is to go to zero rates, and if we go to zero rates, right? How do you slow raging inflation? When we start messing with inflation like that, inflation can rage. So I think we're heading towards that. It's going to take a while to get that. It's going to take a while for that to be irrefutable, that information to become irrefutable. It usually takes like 1 to 3 months to create a trend, 3 to 6 months to start getting a real true trend. But you can see that the bond market, they're not happy. They're pissy about it. And if you read the magnum opus of Moran, he only spends a very short amount of time on will this new thesis work, this new theory, or applying this theory work. He spends a lot of time laying out his arguments and only 1 or 2 lines saying this could blow the fuck up, and doesn't exactly say how. And the real reality is when you're you can implement new theories from the Fed and from the government and all that shit happens all the time, but it's just still dangerous, and I think we're going to pay for it one way or another, personally. But anyway, at any rate, and I'm always like scratching my head about. I'm always scratching my head about the Main Street hat and Wall Street hat, right? So, and I'm struggling with putting both of those hats on with this whole thesis, because on the one end, you'd be like, stonks go up, cut rates, moon. But on the other side, there's so much damage that can be done from this. And you're probably the same guy that'll take that hat off and scream about it. We have an election coming up. We have midterms coming up. So you got to think that part of this is keeping the stock market inflated. And how do you do that? Cut rates and then what? Run QE? I don't know. Like you ramp the fucking market into those midterms. My brain is still not wrapping. I'm still haven't wrapped my brain around this completely yet. I don't want to say things that I don't want to say. Anyways, we'll come back to it later. Anyways, unemployment rate, employment rate. I don't think it's going to be as bad as you think it is. Just want you to know that out there. Inflation is going to rage, in my viewpoint, if we continue to cut rates. And also, we're not looking, or if you look at the long end, as of like Friday, they're not predicting any rate cuts next year. I don't know if you know that, but so at any rate, up here we know there's going to be some supply. Can just show it right here. We'll come back to this in a minute here, but we don't even have to do that. We'll go back to, let's check the weekly really quick. Check the month and the week. Today is Monday. Time is at 9:08. We're getting so fucking close now. I just burned an hour. Let's take a quick peek at this. On this month right here, this is November. Get rid of that really quick. Just delete all this really quick. Back to these dates and stuff. That's good right there in the monthly basis. On a week, we definitely don't want to see this right here. We definitely need to hold this now. From this point forward, the spirit of 76 thing, we probably hit it on Friday. So when I was like, the spirit of 76, which is 676, right? We hit this. This is good enough for me. Maybe we can get back down here, maybe. But we definitely don't want to go below this, in my view, because that would bring up a trip to 651. We need to know that. Go look here at a daily basis. We should go up on the bell if you want to know. There's a weekly. There's a back test down here, but I'm not as concerned with all of this. I definitely don't want to see a return down here at all. I don't want to see this get, there's a gap here that needs closed, but we start coming down here, we're going to party. We start coming down here, party time. So you want to be very aware of this weekly 677.15. Maybe a quick sweep of 76 to clean this out. I'll give you that right there. Let me just check this against the monthly really quick. One month. Yeah, we can sweep this down here. Let's see if we can still sweep that. I'd like to still see that go away. Let's go to a 4 and just check that out really quick. Yeah, we'll pay attention to this. I don't like it, but got a little bit of resistance here. 4-hour key. This might take us out right on the open. Let's check this really quick. There's this one up here. This is really where I want to go. 687.85. We might actually sell. I said we might watch out for sellers at 685.94. 685.94 sellers on open. Probably take 10 a.m. flows to get above it. Could be something like this. Pump on open, then down, then up. From 10, we go higher. There's this one up here. Now we talked about how we can't escape last week. And I'm a firm believer we're not escaping. Well, there's two different arguments last week. There was the argument that the up-only party will never go back down to 76. The low is in. The low is not in my view. It's not even in today, in my view. We'll talk about that here in just a bit. The big gap down here that needs closed out. We'll probably come back for this too. Let's go to a 1 minute here. That big stuff to take this out, right? I wonder if that's a trap there before we take this out. I'd like to see it be something more like this. There's 10. We're at 39.30 yet? Right there. Sweep that right there. Take this out. And then we're coming back down here in my view. This is where that, like this, like that, this. This is 10 or 9:30. I don't know if we're going to clean this right away or not. But then the other one would be up here. 1600. That's kind of right there. Was that Tuesday? Right there. Go back to an hour. Down, up. So that's basically upright. Plunge that shit right down there. Clean that out. 681.99, 682. Monday 1600. We have NFP tomorrow. That's where the drop comes in. This is the drop to close Tuesday at 8:30. NFP drop. That's what I would think. And then it's 89. The night we have flows at 90 that'll sell on us. Two and a half. There. We still haven't done 92 and a half yet. Okay. This is weird. This is this is one of, you know what? This is where I think the 19th is here's Friday right here. It's Thursday, here's the 19th. We should push up here, clear all this out, and then make our way back up. The only thing that's sketchy about this is so here's Vixpiration, right? This makes sense. So just some notes here for you for this week. This is Vixpiration. This makes sense. I want to say a couple things to you here. There is some downside danger in here. We left behind a gap over here at 676 still hasn't been closed out. It would make sense for us to ramp up and then have a Vixpiration volatility ramp moment here on Tuesday or Wednesday, and then in some kind of a bloodbath here. Get the VIX ramping, and then you pick the new contract comes into play over here with VIX on a high. I would assume that's what it looks like to me. Crank that VIX, and that's how we get up and out of here. Now this here likely takes longer, like past. You'll get some Vanna and some Charm and shit thereafter this date here, the 19th. I believe I said it was 23rd. on Twitter yesterday or something like that. So we're not going to deal with this just yet. What I want to do is do just this one right here. Man, I just want to crank up there. $692.5. Something like this. We got 10 minutes, right? Now, there's two parts about this that are going to be kind of funky. Your expiration opens a huge window to downside, so you want to be risk off into this without a doubt. If you're looking for a new low, it's very possible down here. You can see it right there. And you'd come back out of expiration like nothing ever happened, and then you get your big squeeze up over here. I'd be very concerned. This is Wednesday, 9 a.m. This is QuapX up here. And you can see they're going to be up here too. Let's go back and look at this really quick. You know, these sellers here, I think they already, where are they at? They're already right there. They're right here. They're going to try to sell on this no matter what. We got to watch and see if someone comes in and buys this. Trap them in and then try to get the volume to get us in and out of here. Put this at 12. I'll start at 10. Don't need this anymore. We know they're there. Grab some liquidity up here around 12. 130. And they're going to try to sell this for tomorrow for NFP and unemployment. I don't know if this takes until 1:30 or 6 maybe 4 p.m. Something like this right here. Up. And then the danger for tomorrow is without a doubt going to be NFP unemployment. Now, my hope here is that, let's go back over here. From what I understand of unemployment and employment, it ain't bad. So that could be construed as good news. That's bad news for the market. So we have to be careful into NFP and unemployment, believe it or not. So if that data is good, it'll be frowned upon by the market. If that's the case, we could bloodbath, and we're coming into expiration while that's going on. So you get the shank for NFP tomorrow, price that in, right? And then if that's bad news, easy peasy going down there for one more low, clear out that 76, and then a recovery in the vortex of QuapX into like 690. Maybe a little squeeze up to 692 over the weekend. And this is where we should start exploding to the upside. Not exploding, but start making real progress to trade that 7,000, 715 or 715 or whatever into early January. So I'll say this too, as a top line, if you are looking to get long into the end of the year, if you're looking for that trade, I'm still not in it. So if you're, I've got some shit on. I've got like Target on. I've got a bunch of spec growth and memes on. I've got Bitcoin on. But if you're looking for like that trade, S&P 500 Qs, something like that, there's a fair chance you're going to get one more chance in here. You're going to get one more easy peasy layup dip buy. Now, I'm not of the this looks pretty standard here. Every time we do a bull run, this is what we do middle of December. It becomes very volatile in here, and then we don't catch the unwind until after QuapX, into month end, into the first week of January, second week of January. So if you still haven't bought a dip yet, you should have at least one more opportunity. You should get at least one more. And they'll blame this on unemployment and employment, good news, bad news, but you do have actual good news is bad news, and you're likely going to get some Vixpiration funkiness down here. This will look like the end of the world too, but it's not. If this happens, it's not going to be. The other thing too is there should be some kind of a DivX for SPY on the 19th. Let me just check this, make sure. Yeah, it's on the 19th, right? So there should be some kind of like a DivX hockey stick save. They're going to try to sell this on the 19th, on the 18th. You'll see as this is on right in here, you're going to see some weakness. You'll see spread traders will try to sell this as best they can, and it'll get ramped up into OPX. It'll get picked back up and then dumped on OPX. In the morning of OPX, it'll be something like this. We'll actually probably hit the 92 before we ever get there. Probably hit 92.87 on the morning. Right there. 92.50 and then come back down into OPX. Get rid of that. You'll see spread. Anyone with spreads is going to try to like just dump this, get it right here in the middle, and they're not going to be able to do it. It's going to go back up. You'll get the dividend. They'll start dumping on the market into 690. Expiration. Let's look at this together here. We got 2 minutes left. There's a lot of supply right here. Well, the target is, just so you know, the target is 687.85. What was that big beep? Still having issues in the background here. Let's watch this closely. The target is higher. It's 687. I'm gonna go with this one right here. 687.34. There's the big downstroke right here. And we're going to look for flows at 10 a.m. to pick this back up and send it higher. A note that SPX is above the daily or the hourly trigger right now. You guys see all this? This is the one you should be watching here. We'll go over gamma with the new week's gamma here in just a moment. Come on down. Holy Christ, look at that thing. 7,000 is like the fucking magnet right now. It's like it's a repellent and it's a magnet. Net gamma is cranking. Everything's focused on 7,000 right now, but it's a weird thing. Like we won't trade it until it's worthless or even it's crushed. I'll show you a few things here, guys, in a few minutes. Just watch this come down. Watch this creeping down over here. Yeah, come on down. Come on down. Keep on creeping. Keep on creeping. Almost a live wire. Almost. A little bit more. A little bit more. Come on down just a little bit more. Come on down. Who's watching this? So you can see these down here. We should see a reaction right in here. Let's see buyers stepping in right around here. I'll try to grab some here. It's dumping outside. Is that a blizzard? Yeah, it is like Wyoming snow. Just a minute here, guys. All right, while this thing puts around until 10 a.m., let's talk about Gamma. We got to get this out of the way. I've got some calls, so I'm good. We might sweep this down here, but I don't care. I'm not going to have the time to get back to it, so we'll just watch this here in just a minute. Okay, so Gamma, we have some stuff we have to look at here because we're in QuapX week, and Gamma is going to change drastically. You want to know what I'm in? I'm in 686s. They were 65 cents here just a minute ago. I picked them for 66. Okay, so let's look at this Gamma picture for a minute. You can see this, right? It's kind of absurd. This is also the... Yeah, all right, we did it. I already checked for updates. This is a big magnet. This is basically the 7005 or whatever where the collar is. And it acts in two different ways. It's an attractant, but yet it repels. And you can't get past it until they're either dead, like the options are dead, they expire. Or they're almost dead, near expiring. And a bunch of this Gamma is tied into quarterly OPEX and month end. So the idea that we're going to break out of this right now is probably nil. There are a few things to note here. 6,800 is now the Gamma flip, or is the Gamma flip. So I can show you what both of those things mean. I showed you one aspect of that earlier. You don't want to lose that weekly bar that I showed you. That's that 676, 678. You don't want to be losing that at all. We don't want to lose that. Let's look at the 2-date volume off the bell here. And it's all over the place. This is trying to tie us in. This makes sense. This looks logical to me. Market is wound up right now. Likely just like super wound up. So like even if you were to escape, you would get sucked back in. If you just look on, I think I talked on this last week. You remember when people said, oh, like, let's start this over here. So now we did what we needed to do over here, right? Then we're back up here for where the big boy buyers are. We get that one, yay. Now we're going to go up here and mess with that one. We did it. But you notice we're still being sucked in. Like we're like sucked into range bound, right? It doesn't mean you can't trade out of range. It just means that you're going to get sucked back in until post QuapX, post month end. Now, that doesn't mean we can't have volatility. It doesn't mean we can't have downstrokes to the market. In particular, VIXpiration and NFP. We can get sucked down here pretty brutally and then come straight back up again. This is where the market is like so wound up that people think we can crash. We can't. We can crash for like a day. You know what I mean? Like whatever you can get in a day, you can get. But that's about it. You're likely going to get at least one more dip to buy. I don't think the low is in for the month. I think it'll be in on Tuesday, Wednesday of this week. And this is the place for you to put a SPY trade on, or a Qs trade, or NVIDIA outperforming early. And we talked about this last week where NVIDIA and Q should outperform before SPY unclenches. So if you're looking for one more dip to buy, you're probably going to find it. It's probably going to come somewhere down in here. Tuesday, Wednesday, I'd be looking for that low. What else? Let's go back down to the bottom right hand side. You can see that we're kind of hedged in 6715 up here, 6900 up here. So they're kind of telling you we can trade this, we can trade that, and that's about it. Now that's 6715 down here. 6725 is very possible. It's very oh, let me show you this. It's very possible that we can party down here, like completely possible. Just one day of hell. Oh my God, the market's going to crash kind of noise and bullshit. So just be aware of that heading into Tuesday, Wednesday. We are looking for I'm looking for another low. What else? Let's go back bottom right hand side. SPX gamma. We know what the net gamma is. Let's go 1 day gamma. And for just 1 day gamma on the low, we've got 6,800. That's your basis to buy, 6,800, 6,720, somewhere in there if we can get that low. And then 6,900 on the upside. This is the wall to the upside. So 6,890. 68. This looks more correct here, like for the next day or two. Looking for upside today. 686 on the top here. We should see that up here on this trigger screen. The best you should be able to see today should be somewhere up in here, and then a sell down into tomorrow. So you're just looking for best price to sell into Tuesday, Wednesday. What else do I have for you? Let's go where? Let's go here. And let's do some gamma stuff here. So you got 6,800 over here. This is your gamma flip. CJJ used call lot. Let's look at 6820, 6,800. Nope, that's wrong. I would like to see us trade, but no, that's all 68, 6820. It's all changing right now. I don't even know if we can get down there. Maybe we can get down there. I don't even know if we can get down to 68. I don't even know if we can close this gap. Maybe. We're getting really wound into the market here. I would love for one more death blow to the downside. Check all this over here. 6,700 maybe, if we're lucky. If we're lucky. I don't even think we can get down there. 6750, 6770. This is going to be hard to get down here. It ain't going to be easy. We're going to make these green down here. And we're going to do one more. 6750. Please get us down here. Please, 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 please. So you might be wondering why I'm saying that. I'm saying that because we have NFP and unemployment tomorrow, and I've looked high and low. This narrative that, okay, we can't get down. If we can get down there, I'd fucking be stoked. But I don't believe we can. This is a very low percentage chance. I'm going to write CJJ call out down here. just on Vixpiration hopes. We'll talk more about. I'll review this again a couple more times on the show today, but the only hope to get lower here is you've got Vixpiration, like right there. This is Tuesday. This is your gamma flip. The best chance of us getting down here is going to be Vixpiration and NFP unemployment, but it will be short-lived. If you see a low down here, it won't hold, and it won't crash. Okay, no current threats. Cool, thanks, Microsoft. It won't crash. You'll get sucked back up. I don't even think we can get down there. Maybe we can get down here. Maybe. I'm hoping to get down here on cranking the VIX, and then also cranking the VIX, and then also NFP unemployment, bad data, bad news. So it should be good data, but it'll be perceived as bad news. So good data that's bad. That's because we got the rate cut and everybody's pricing in a rate cut. So I do see this some kind of a low coming in tomorrow over here. On the upside, 68.50. Check this again. 68.50, 6,900 are the upside targets. They've already hit one of those. This is actually a resistance point here. Make this yellow. $6,900. That's your next big target right there. This is one we want to unwind to. $69.50. This is indubitably until we get past QuapX. This is top of the market, like more than likely. Red. This is really all you need to know right here. There isn't much you need to know right here. I'd like to see that failure up there. One more bump and then down. Wednesday, 9 a.m. 9:30 down there. And then unwind back up into the 19th over here. Right up there. And then dumped right on 6,900. That's what I'd like to see this be. Yeah, I know sell, sell it down, and then up. This is DivX, right? Dump on the market on DivX to 6,900, and then we can escape next week. The escape doesn't come until next week. Or not necessarily next week, but we'll be closer to DivX, QuapX, and then we start unwinding up. We can trade all this shit in here for the next week, and then they won't let us out for 6,000-7,000 until more than likely after the 1st or near the 1st. So there's the 31st over there. So you come bounce that back down, right? Grab this 23rd, and then we're kind of up and out of here into the 31st right in here. Something just like this. Just like this. Whipsaw this shit down, whipsaw this shit up, whipsaw this shit down, and then up and away. Something wonky like that. And the takeaway here would be don't fuck around in the middle here. Just be looking for these lows to grab. Let's check a few more things together here. At the money volatility. It dumps but then rises. This is the prior. 20 average. Volatility is going to start ramping at the end of the year. It's good. Spot up vault maybe. Yeah. CTAs. They're buyers. Full control. They're buyers. Net manager or asset managers. They're not buyers. Seasonality. You guys want to see the seasonality here on SPX and MDX? Goes up. Right here, more dip, then up. And then NDX is better usually. Usually Rampo-Rama's over here. Check the rut really quick. There's no rut on this one. Wednesday. Wednesday. Indexes. Tell you one more second here. Sorry about that. That up for you there. Oh, I got to add. Oh, luckily, I only added 10. Now I got to add 80, 90 these fucking things at 20 cents. 22 cents now. You cleaned all this up right till 10 a.m. I just bought a bunch of fucking calls again. I got 100 of these fucking things. No, I'm at 200 now. It's pretty bad. Come on, baby. Come on down. Come on. Remember that we have a Fed speaker coming up here at 9. Oh, he's already speaking at 9:30. Moran was speaking. I thought it was at 10. No, we got Moran at 9:30, and then
Fed Moran says he expects better
Williams
GDP
at
growth and
10:30.
lower deficits from that, as well as tariff revenue.
Come on back up. Can you hear that voice out there? $686. Can you just check my email for me?
Fed's Myron says the renewal of Treasury bill purchases by the Fed are not QE and will continue to transfer some risk to private markets. Fed's Myron says the standing repo facility is not as effective as the Fed hoped it would be.
I think I own that entire chain right now. I own like fucking 300 fucking I got 300 686s now.
Fed's Myron says I would prefer an all Treasury balance sheet unless there is another crisis centered in the housing market.
Where the fuck is that?
Fed's Myron says I do not support sales of mortgage-backed securities because it might at this point involve the Fed realizing losses on its holdings.
Hang tight on Stainer, guys. My my daughter like logged me out of Discord or something.
Fed's Myron says that there is a variety of negative consequences to selling MBS that outweigh the desire for an all Treasury balance sheet.
Sorry, I'm back in Discord now. I turned Discord off to switch to a different browser from like Edge to Microsoft or Google. My daughter logged me out of Discord on Google and decided to go back into Bing to get it open again. We're talking about the Japanese carry unwind trade being at all-time highs right now. Is that really what we're talking about? Oh my god, I want to like shoot myself just thinking that you guys are thinking this shit on the end of the year. You guys are making my eyes bleed right now. Hold on, I'm just gonna turn that off. Just turn that off right there. You guys just had all-time highs on Thursday close. You're talking about unwinding the carry trade into OPEX. I swear to fucking God. On a half-point reduction. Or a quarter point.
According to CNBC, Hassett Fed candidacy got some pushback close to Trump. So a reminder at 10:30 Eastern Time, Feds Williams is due to speak at an event organised by the New Jersey Bankers Association at the Liberty Science Center. Text and Q&A is expected. According to CNBC, some people concerned that Hassett is too close to the president.
Can you keep checking
And CNBC citing
that
sources
email?
familiar with the matter, saying some Trump allies see Hassett as close to the president. We have posted the article from CNBC on the feed for those interested. Fed tomorrow says steps the Fed took to inject credit into the housing market have contributed to the housing affordability issues that households are facing. Fed's Myron says no excess underlying inflation relative to the 2% target. US stocks fall, the Nasdaq down 0.5%, the S&P 500 and the Dow down 0.2% each. Crypto stocks fall as Bitcoin hits 2-week low. Coinbase Global down 5.7%.
I got an alert for buying Shopify. Maybe it was an alert to sell Shopify. I gotta check that Shopify alert.
The French Senate approves 2026 budget bill. A reminder in just under 3 minutes' time, Feds Williams speaks at an event organised by the New Jersey Bankers Association at the Liberty Science Center. Text and Q&A is expected. Just to inform, this is an in-person event, so there will be no live stream. Feds Myron says the Reserve Bank plays a valuable role in providing local perspectives and contacts.
One more second here, guys.
The White House to host a press call on Russia-Ukraine peace talks. Fedmarian says the least attractive part of being at the Fed is having only one of 12 votes on a committee. Surely expecting comments from Feds Williams.
My God, dying over here. This fucking stream, I don't know if it's Streamlabs or YouTube or what. So frustrating. Like trying to get answers to questions and I'm not getting them.
Feds Williams says monetary policy was very focused on balancing job. Feds Williams says monetary policy is well positioned for what lies and is critical for the US central bank to get inflation back to 2%. Williams says the Fed policy has moved towards neutral from modestly restrictive and expects active usage of standing repo facility to manage liquidity. Feds Williams says labour market risks have risen as risks to inflation have eased and expects US unemployment to be 4.5% by the end of 2025. Feds Williams expects 2026 GDP growth to hit 2.25%, well above the 2025 rate. And Feds Williams projects jobless rate will come back down over the next few years. Williams says the labour market cooling has been a gradual process, and Williams sees tariff as a one-off price adjustment, not spilling over into broader inflation. Feds Williams expects inflation to move to 2.5% in 2026 and 2% in 2027.
That's fucking bullshit right there.
We have posted Fitzwilliam's speech on resilience on the feed for those interested. EU's Callas says China is increasingly weaponizing economic ties for political gains.
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. We're sitting here dragging ass. I gotta be the only motherfucker in the market right now. I swear to God. Fuck is the volume today? Is it like me fucking trading with myself right now? How many fucking bars we got in here today? Is that literally me, the only motherfucker buying here? Yep. What is going on with this fucking fuck is going on here? I swear to God, I'm the only motherfucker in the market right now. The only motherfucker with money in the market right now. Because I got a shit ton on right now. And I'm the only asshole buying right now. My calls are getting eaten alive. And I keep adding right now. I'm in adding and adding. I'm not telling you guys what I'm adding, but I keep adding and adding and adding. I'm in for at least 10K right now, more than that. I gotta be the only motherfucker out there buying calls. I'm looking at the shares being traded right now. I'm like 2 million shares. That means I'm the only asshole left in the market trading with myself. I'm gonna have to switch to fucking call spreads or something. I think they're gonna drag our ass across the pavement till 12 o'clock here. We're gonna watch this shit just move sideways. We ain't going nowhere. We're just gonna watch. I think we're just gonna grind. All right, we'll move on to the rest of what we need to get done for the new week. So you know that we're wound up into this bullshit with 7,000. You guys have all the gamma stuff. I'm gonna post some other stuff inside the Discord right now. Give me just a few minutes here to get some of it for you. With returns over the roughly 6 weeks since before October 29th, just one stock was down in the year, and the group posted an average underweighted gain of 70%. What does that mean? That doesn't mean shit. That just means buy. You know, I'm gonna post this for you guys really quick. Like, this means buy. That's what this means. I'm still long here. I don't want to look at my fucking brokerage right now, but I'm still long here. Oh, I'm up. Yay. Nope, down. They're gonna fucking drag our asses through here, aren't they? What do we got going on? I was gonna post something for you in the Discord just now, but here, I'll post this right now for you. I'm assuming they need everybody on Doom for the market to unwind up. Maybe. Go on. my shit was looking pretty fucking red. I should have saved that red fucking down candle I had on my account today because my account was, or my day trades were looking pretty fucking ugly. There we go. I own a lot of shit right now. I don't know why they're running all this doom shit everywhere. Like all this shit that I'm reading here in the background is like doom this, doom that. I'm like, do they just want you fucks to all buy puts or something for like a December crash? Is that what they're trying to do? I'm assuming. A great disruption is coming to the Fed. Like, the return of balance sheet purchases, though, was known weeks ago. Like, they're making fucking news up that was already known. They've been, so they discussed. So I'm reading this story right now. It says great disruption is coming to the stock market in the Fed. But Jerome Powell spoke about this at the last meeting, not this one before. And then you have Moran saying that there's no that this isn't QE, which it isn't. But this has been known for like months. So it's like a new story now where it's QE light. So then you got Moran saying it's not QE. This was all known for the past month. It's been months. The Treasury Fed merger is underway. The Fed cut and said that's all, folks, until the data rolls in. But that was no surprise and far less important than the signaling from the return of balance sheet purchases. Their cover story is that the TGA account swells in April, so they need to start buying bills now. $40 billion in January, more in February. The press conference message from Powell, but you got to understand they mentioned this two FOMCs ago, so it's not like it's unknown. No one discussed it, and then all of a sudden I saw the QE stories flying around. This is QE, which it's not. It kind of is, but it kind of isn't. It's more just normal operations. If you know, so there's nothing. There's like conspiracy theories on both sides of this, and there shouldn't be. If you just look at fucking SOFR over time, it shows that it's just normal. Hold on, I'll show you the fucking chart. I mean, it's not that fucking rocket sciencey. Where is it? I mean, this is just fucking normal.
In 10 minutes' time, we're expecting comments from Fed's Myron, who's due to speak on CNBC.
So I'm going to clear the air on some of this stuff because like BBG's trying to like say one thing, other people are trying to say another thing. Like Jerome Powell said that he would let the
Fed's
balance
Williams
sheet
says
grow
inflation
as
is still
needed
too
to
high.
maintain an ample supply of reserves on an ongoing basis. Yeah, he spoke about this in September.
Fed's Williams says over the past couple of
So we've
years,
known
the
about
job
this for
market
3
has
fucking
cooled.
months, and now all of a sudden it's an issue. These are RMPs, reserve management purchases, and they'll buy the short-term Treasury securities, mostly T-bills, terms of 1 year or less. If needed, Treasury securities with remaining maturities of 3 years or less. They'll vary, and what else? Will be elevated for a few months, $40 billion the first month, starting in December 12th, to offset expected large increases in non-reserve liabilities in April due to tax payments. Then, likely RMPs will likely be significantly reduced in line with expected seasonal patterns. And this is all Jerome Powell speaking. Seasonal patterns and reserve liabilities. Purchase amounts will be adjusted as appropriate based on the outlook for
Fed's
reserve
Williams says the Fed
supply
rate
market
cuts position the
conditions.
Fed to balance jobs and inflation mandates.
MBS will continue to run off at a pace of about $15 to $20 billion a month via pass-through principal payments. Will be replaced by T-bills as per the FOMC statement of the October meeting. So none of this is like unknown. Before 2009, and QE, the Fed's balance sheet always grew with the banking system with the economy, driven by demand for the Fed's liabilities. The largest liability at the time was the currency in circulation, paper dollars. Yeah.
Fed's Williams says the Fed baseline forecast is a pretty good outcome.
So we're going to revert to pre-2009 balance sheet management, where the balance sheet grows with or less than the economy. Total assets were for years above 6% of nominal GDP, eventually on a slightly downward slope. In 2009 and after, QE inflated the ratio, but keeping the balance sheet flat in 2014 and 2017 deflated the ratio. What's that noise? You hear that noise? No. Hang tight, guys.
Fed's Williams says New York trade activity remains vibrant.
It's like my cats are fighting or something.
Fed's Williams
Sounds
says
like a
inflation
war's
and
going
job
on in my
risks
house.
roughly in balance now. And Fed's Williams says uncertainty over tariffs has fallen quite a bit.
The monthly amounts will be announced on the 9th business day of each month, along with a schedule of tentative purchase operations the following 30 days. This is all about dealing with the demand for the Fed's liabilities, liquidity that others have deposited at the Fed. On the current balance sheet, the largest liabilities are Fed Reserve balances, $2.8 trillion. Liquidity banks deposit at the Fed, currency in circulation.
Fed's Williams says the economy is well positioned
TGA,
to grow
reverse
in
purchase
2026.
agreements, overnight repos, down there 0.
Reminder in 5 minutes' time, we're expecting comments from Fed's Myron, who's due to speak on CNBC.
Both the reserve balances and the TGA are liabilities in the Fed's balance sheet, and funds shift between them, which could quickly and problematically drain reserves around tax day in April. So the Fed is trying to prevent another repo market blowout. That took place in 2019. Last time we had that happen in the spring. They're trying to stop something negative taking place. And there's this whole other argument that it's a whole nother thing. We also know that the RMPs are not QE from the way they were introduced. When the Fed kicks off QE, it makes a big deal out of it with big upfront numbers, with Powell standing there and touting them in front of the world to obtain the announcement effect, which may be the most powerful aspect of QA by QE. By contrast, the RMPs were a low-key add-on to the FOMC statement with plenty of discussions about it beforehand.
Feds Williams says general cooling in the job market points to modestly restrictive monetary policy.
What those RMPs are and why they are needed for liquidity purposes. That all makes sense. That's how I understood it. But then now I've got BBG going. There's a great disruption coming to the Fed. Treasury Fed merger underway. The Fed cut said, that's all, folks. The cover story is that the TGA accounts swell in April, so they need to start buying bills now. Presser message from Powell is that they are buying because the Fed wants money markets rates set by policy, not managed through open market operations. SRF these days. In truth, the return signals the Fed is ensuring that Treasury spending will be financed without any rate hiccups. The Fed will smooth out the volatility and keep rates tied to the funds rate. You can forget markets signaling to the government that it's spending more than the market can absorb. Hassett et al. Lean hard against the view from a philosophic standpoint, but will eventually yield to politics and practicalities, turning volatility to the short end of the market, making market signals matter again. Was recently espoused by Dallas Fed President Logan and Fed Vice Chair Bowman. There are no votes in this bill buying turn coming out December FOMC meeting. Perhaps the FOMC minutes in a few weeks will give us a sense of its unanimity or not. Rand standing in for Hassett. Philosophy is one thing, financing government is another. Once Hassett is confirmed, Bassett will be his boss. I'm getting dragged through the mud in these fucking calls right now. No, I've got all kinds of nonsense going on. I got like cats fighting in another room in my house.
Feds Williams says official government data is the gold standard.
Ski boots and skis being moved around. That's how loud it is. Are they WWF in it? Can you take some video of it so I can show it on the show or something? Because I wonder, so where I live, right, the past week has been hellacious. Like, what I don't know what they say. I don't know what those things, like, what are those things called when the shifting polar vortex or whatever?
Surely expecting comments from Fed's Myron.
Yeah, it's a developing La Nina. So when I first moved to Michigan, it experienced its it shifted to La Nino or something. It got really warm here. So as long as I've been living in Michigan, it's been very warm. No snow, warm
Feds
winters.
Williams says the Fed had data
mild.
it needed at the last
Extremely
FOMC
mild.
meeting.
It all shifted this year. We have a La Nina here. I don't know if I'm saying this shit right, but La Nina is now where I live. Past week in Michigan has been insano weather. Matter of fact, I got back from Boston just as it hit, like a day or two later. We've been hammered with like snowstorms, teens. We don't get that weather here for maybe a couple weeks every winter now, with the last weather system we had. This year we've been snowstorm, blowing wind, teens, and we're in December. So it's been a very cold winter. As a matter of fact, that's what they had water. The guy told me that they had water intrusion on my fiber line last week, water and cold and freezing, and it had offset the fiber line at up at a corner up here. So my cats are inside my house. I don't let them out at all. It's too cold, too snowing. So what they're doing is they're like freaking out. They're having my wife is calling it the kitty cat Olympics, but it sounds like someone's being beaten up and thrown around like a wrestling or something. Getting back to this Fed thing with Moran. Let me finish the rest of this here. As for the economy, what Bessent and Trump want is cheap funding, flood the short end, and starve the long end of issuance. Today, the Fed announced it will be there to buy the short end. Put this one in the column of for why inflation will be higher in 2026. I am in agreement with this. Inflation will. Hold on one moment here. The BBG saying, put this one in the column for why inflation will be higher in 2026. There was an interesting shift in the SEPs and the funds rate, but it is meaningless as Powell's Jackson Hole speech on Fed's new framework. New management takes over in May. The median view on growth in GDP in 2026 is higher, 2.3 versus 1.8. Unemployment is the same. I see that too. But core inflation is lower. They're wrong on that. So the real funds rate is 90 BP versus 80 BP in September. Against the median backdrop, look into the dot plots for the median funds rate in a year's time. If we knew Powell's, we could toss it out. Compared with September, the number of FOMC members seeing the Fed funds rate below 3.5 in 12 months jumped from 11 to 16 because there's one less seeing the rate below 3%. The median of this subset is still 3 to 3.25, where the market is priced in 3.1 with a smidge of bias to a little less. Let's call it the Trump discount. As for the economy, Powell's press conference. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Feds Williams says, I'm not seeing investment boom in areas outside of AI. Feds Williams says, I expect stronger productivity growth over the coming years. And the BLS says November household survey data collected November 17th to 30th. Feds Williams says COVID era business revamps may have aided productivity. Feds Williams commenting in a recent pickup in productivity, Williams sees productivity higher than the average in the next 5 to 10 years. The BLS says the November household survey has slightly larger standard error.
All right. Put those cats back outside. I'll be happy now. Yeah, I don't know what it is, like El Nino or something like that. But we're getting blowing snow. We're getting like pretty cold temperatures here. Seasonally, in recent memory, unexpected. Well, not unexpected, just it's like an old school Michigan winter. Just more
Feds Williams
like
says
what I
commercial
remember
real
in
estate costs
Boston
are
and
returning to
in
normal.
the West and stuff like that, or at least temperature wise. Oh, wrong button. Mm. As for the economy, Powell's presser suggested more weakness than he is headlining. We got their downward adjustment of 60,000 to monthly payrolls. 40,000 is a 20,000 decline. This is why they're cutting. Several months of negative payrolls always lead to cuts. Payrolls lead the economy, and Fed reaction function, not the unemployment rate. That's the one number we don't have. I will agree to that. If there's any number we don't have, it's the payrolls. Not the unemployment rate. And the unemployment rate's fine right now. We also heard that if they abstract the inflation data from the tariffs, inflation is really running below 2%, and that's false. It's going to take a lot more tariffs to make a dent. That's a bullshit statement. If the coming data confirms this, and the Fed seems to think so without saying so, there may be more cuts than the market is pricing, or the funds rate drops to 3% sooner. Put this one in the inflation lower column in 2026. That's all bullshit, though. So no. In sum, it is all inflationary unless the economy proves to start the year weaker than currently believed. There is a leaning within the Fed, as hinted by Powell, that this may be the case. If true, then the normal lead lags of growth, employment, and inflation do generate the median outcome, without having to account for the AI productivity story oversold by my reckoning. With the coming boost from fiscal policy, any downturn would be limited, but the inflation story nevertheless takes hold later in 26, 27. Inflation lags real growth by about a year. I don't think inflation is going to be a problem right away, but it will become one.
According to a US
couldn't-
official, Russia
that's why
would
I
be
can't-
open to Ukraine joining the EU.
Can't wrap my
Feds
head
Williams
around.
says Feds Williams sees hesitancy. Feds Williams sees hesitancy to hire and fire in the job market right now.
Let's see, hesitancy to hire and fire.
Feds Williams says doubts much AI-related impact on the jobs market right now.
With the coming boost from fiscal policy, any downturn will be limited, but the inflation story nevertheless takes hold later in 26 or in 27. Inflation lags real growth by about a year. People are pissed still about inflation right now.
Feds Williams says the job market lately reflects a cyclical dynamic, not AI.
And not only that, we've already hit our target. Our PCE 2% target, when there's like a math problem you got to do for it, we were under it already. Forget tariffs. I don't know why we keep focusing on this. Or not we, but the general public. Any forecast necessarily built around the norms of fiscal and more critically monetary policy is tenuous at best. Read. The great disruption is coming to the Fed and the banking more broadly. I hope I am wrong, but hope is never a strategy. This is the from Stephen Blitz, the chief U.S. economist at T.S. Lombard. Why is Europe feverishly preparing for World War III? I already told you guys about that a long time ago. Why?
Fed bids for 3-month bills total $3 billion. Fed bids for 6-month bills total $2.7 billion.
We're about to fucking moon here in a minute. NVIDIA.
Feds Williams says effective tariff rates have proved weaker than expected.
I think that was, I don't know if that was the low in NVIDIA. I think we're going to get one more low tomorrow, Wednesday. Where's VIX? I'm looking at NVIDIA options right now for Jan 9th. They're $1.49. For 195, but I think there's one more roll coming the next 2 days.
Feds Williams says positioning ahead of the tariff imposition has drawn out impact. Just a reminder, at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we have the US 6-month and 3-month bill auctions. 6-month high yield, prior 3.58%. Bid to cover, prior 3.01. US 3-month high yield, prior 3.65%. Bid to cover 2.73. According to a US official, Article 5-like guarantee is something Trump believes he can get Russia to accept. Feds Williams says businesses kind of run out of pre-tariff stockpiles. And Feds Williams sees bifurcated economy where many are struggling with rising costs. Feds Williams says, do you believe we are in what may be called a K-shaped economy?
This is one of the dips right here, just so you know. If you're not watching this closely here, I'm gonna warn all of you out there. You see this one today and the one on Friday. You're gonna get maybe one more chance at a low before you go vertical. Tomorrow, Wednesday, should be last day.
According to a US official saying we are prepared to go to Russia if needed.
I think I have one more chance. December 20th, right when it took off. So it tried to take off on. It tried to take off last year on the 27th, the 30th on Wednesday. 20, 20. What was the first day of that week? Yeah, it ramped from. It tried to take off. Like took off on the. Yeah, here we go. Where's that Monday? So it took off on the following day. It ramped on Tuesday, got slammed down into Wednesday for Vixie, and then on OpX it just started fucking mooning. It ramped on OpX into Christmas, and then it ramped again into the 6th, into January 7th. Maybe I gotta switch it from the 6th to the 9th on that trade.
Reminder
I
in
got the
5 minutes'
9th
time,
here.
we have the US 6-month and 3-month bill auctions. US
195
6 months prior high yield 3.58%, prior bid to cover 3.01. US 3-month prior high yield 3.65%, prior bid to cover 2.73.
I mean, what would, yeah. Okay. Grinding higher still.
According to Interfax, Russia extends ban to sell oil under price cap until July. Shortly expecting the US 6-month and 3-month bid auctions.
Let's see if we get to the next leg down here or it's still up.
Three-month high yield rate 3.56%, 3.56%. Bid to cover 2.68, 2.68. With the US selling 86 billion. Awarding 71.27% of bids at high. US 6 months high yield rate 3.495%, 3.495%. Bid to cover 2.84, 2.84. With the US selling $77 billion. Awarding 4.57% of bids at high. NVIDIA buys open source workload management provider Shmed. NVIDIA say they are to continue to develop and distribute Slurm as an open source vendor neutral software.
19th.
Fed's Myron sees no material impact from tariffs in inflation.
Voice news disconnected.
Am I losing the stream, maybe?
Fed's Myron says far from severe stress in the labour market right now.
Would be nice.
Fed's Myron says need to make monetary policy now for 2027. Fed Collins says I supported the Fed rate cut, but it was a close call. Fed Collins says I supported the rate cut amid shifting balance of risks. Feds Collins sees future inflation risks as lower than they were.
VIX expiration in 23. December 20th.
Fed's Myron, speaking on CNBC, says financial markets care about outcomes, not the motives of the policymakers.
Second. Is that because Vixpiration was in the reverse that year or no?
Fed's Myron says future descents depend on the policy decisions, would like rates to decline further. US oil futures fall by $1 as Russia-Ukraine peace talks progress. Fed's Myron says data dependence is too backwards looking, will lead to bad decisions because of lags.
You know what else is noteworthy about that is
And that
that would
concludes
still
comments
be
from
the
Fed's
low that we're
Myron.
looking for. That's 76 or whatever. Even 6,700, the one for like the Wednesday low. It wouldn't be the exact same. You'd just see like, you'd see it crater this Wednesday instead of Friday of the OPEX. So the inverse on 21, you had OPEX first, then Vixpiration. So you get the unwinds on Vixpiration OPEX month end. So you have those opportunities within those 3 dates, no matter where they are. So in 21, we had Vixpiration on after OPEX. We dumped into it. But if you look at the other 2 years, we dumped on that on both of those Wednesdays because Vixpiration was first. So you would not have that exact same price action, but you would have expiration still the catalyst for that downside move. So there could be a little bit of like trying to front run this shit. If you look back on all 6 bull runs, we dumped. There could be some front running of this. I think there's some front running going on. We still have another day, though. We have 2 days left for this to happen. And the price action won't be the same, but this almost looks like front running of it. And the other thing too is if you look over here in this gamma, we can party. We can party all the way down here if we really wanted to. There's like no there are no puts in the market. There's no put gamma. So in that year, I looked back already like a month ago. I talked to you guys about this already. I showed you last week. I showed you this, or did I show it at a nighttime? Maybe it was a night stream. I'm not sure. I went through like the last 6 bull runs, and all 6 of them, we crashed down into like Vixpiration OpEx. But in that one instance, they were in the inverse. We had OpEx flipped with like Fixie came after OpEx. So they just used the OpEx in that example to dump. Now, they didn't get the dump until that Friday. It was a Friday rather than a Wednesday, but that's just because of the inverse that year. But every other fucking year, we blast down on Vixpiration. Now, last year, it took until the end of the fucking day to do it on Wednesday. If you look at those charts I've been posting for you in the Discord, this looks a little bit like front running, like we're trying to do it, force it. Maybe that could be because of the NFP ADP stuff that's coming out tomorrow. So you just front run it a day earlier, so you get the party started earlier than 3 p.m. on, I think we dumped at like 3 p.m. on that Wednesday or something. And this isn't a big change from open either. We're like, you're all panicking over a few bucks here, but I wonder if we get it started early because of NFP and unemployment tomorrow. What are puts for tomorrow, for Wednesday? I bet they're dirt cheap too. Where are we at? Just look here. They're fucking pretty pricey. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. Puts aren't cheap. For Wednesday, like 672 is 78 cents. It's fucking expensive for Wednesday. 78 cents for a 672 put. That's expensive as fuck. There's no volume on them, so dealers are pricing it in, but there's no one's trading them. Like nobody's got puts for Wednesday. Dealers have it priced in to happen. Just the 72 they have it priced in. $0.72 for 672 is fucking pricey right now. Like, I'm finding it hard to believe we can even get to 670. And 670s are 56 cents. Volume 3,000 contracts, that's nothing. So dealers are pricing it in. I think that's very expensive. 56 cents for a Wednesday 670 put. Coming at 12 o'clock, we'll find out what the flows are here at 12. There ain't nothing stopping a trade below that weekly break, too. We can trade 650. Those are fucking worth, I mean, it's a long shot, but those are 6 cents. 10-cent puts are 658. Those are dirt cheap. Yeah, I'm not buying them yet. I don't want to buy puts until close. Let me go to the potty really quick. I'll be right back with you guys.
US's Lutnick says that the US has priority access to Korea zinc products in 2026. So, reminder reported earlier on in the day that you had US backed $7.4 billion critical minerals smelter to counter China. And Korea Zinc is to build a processing plant in Tennessee with government investment. We'll pop it on the feed for you as just like a reminder in a bit more detail. Germany's Chancellor Merz says using frozen Russian assets is the only solution that he can reach with qualified majority. All alternatives need unanimity, which we don't have.
All right, here we go. We're back. No movement.
Feds Williams says job market is very good. Unemployment is relatively low. It's too early to say about a January Fed decision. Downside risk to jobs, but not in deterioration today. Expect jobs reports show relatively slow hiring, and valuations are elevated, but have a real driver in AI. I expect jobs data to confirm signs of gradual cooling. Reserves definitely will grow from $2.9 trillion over time. This is Feds Williams speaking to reporters here. So they've just bunched it up together and chucked it up. So I don't think he's speaking live. Williams also adds that market valuations are elevated, but there's reasons for pricing. What constitutes ample reserves will change over time. Some signs that parts of underlying economy is not as strong as GDP data suggests. Also, you had Williams saying very supportive of the US's of the Fed's decision to cut rates last week.
I'm just looking back on 2019 when we had the last repo market blowout. We had a nice little down move in 2019. And here, we'll look at this together on the stream together. '13th, 14th, 15th. That's interesting. 2019. '18. 2018. Expiration was on December 19th. We cratered. We went up into it. We cratered down into it. 19th, 20th. We started fucking mooning though. Here, I'll show you guys what I'm looking at here in the background. So I was posting some stuff inside of the Discord earlier. Everybody's talking about the QE, not QE, QE light. Have to refund the Treasury Department. This is, we didn't have ample reserves coming into this end of this year right here. This is, that's the 31st of that, of 2018. On the, this is, where is it? We blasted down here in the 14th and 15th. Read 2018. I want 2018. Hold on here, guys. Yeah, I know. I just don't want to look for it. I realize it's the third fucking Friday. I just don't want to look for it. – 2018. So it was December 19th. And the expiration was on the same day that year. This was the 18th. Right in here, we dropped down on the 13th, 14th. So this is the 12th, 11th, 13th, 14th, 15th. There's that Monday. Still had a blast down, a little bit of blast down here, but then we unclenched and went up. But I wasn't really looking for this. This has more to do with the all the fear with. We had a repo market blowout in here. We blasted down on the first on March 30th, all the way down here. At least this is what it impacted the stock market, but not before a massive fucking squeeze. Like balls to the wall squeeze, gave all back all this stuff to basically to expiration OPEX of December. I'm just looking back here because I'm looking at VIXI and OPEX. And so they're trying to prevent this action from taking place in the spring.
According to Interfax, Russia may extend diesel export ban for non-producers. So a reminder, earlier on in the day, according to Interfax as well, they reported that Russia extends ban on selling oil under price cap until July.
I'm not selling yet. I'm not selling until close. I want to be higher to sell Tuesday, Wednesday. I want to be at like 680, a failure of 687. I don't care how we get there, if we ramp or at the end of the day, if it takes. I'm going to front run this shit my ass. I would stop believing in NFP being a sell day again. This is the same shit as the other day when we sold down into FOMC. It's the same shit. We sell down into NFP. And what's fucked up about this too is the NFP. I'm not a believer that the NFP or nor employment or unemployment numbers are going to come in good for the market. We'll get a knee jerk, or not even a knee jerk. We'll just get a bad reaction off of it because I think those numbers are going to come out showing that employment and unemployment is fine. So I think there'll be an adverse reaction to the rate cut. It's going to prove that inflation is going to rage. That'll be the topic of discussion tomorrow, in my view. So I don't like selling down into this at all. I like to ramp up into it and then drop that news. I'm fairly confident here. Like 80% confident that the news is going to come in that the unemployment is fine. But that would be bad for markets. I would theoretically think that that's bad for markets because we got that cut. Now, there is one side of these numbers we don't have complete information. That's jobs available. But we can already tell from the data that is available that there are not a lot of jobs, but it's not because companies are not hiring, because we don't have fucking people out of work. So you got to understand this. So, like, you have reasons for, like, if you have a company A here, and then company B, you know, company A has, let's say, 100 jobs, whether they're being filled or unfilled, doesn't matter. That's right, F or U, right? Like filled or unfilled. What they're trying to say is that company A only now has, 80 or, less, 70, whatever, 80, 70, doesn't really matter. Job openings available. That's not true. They still have 100 job openings or more. But we don't have a lot of movement in people jumping companies and stuff like that. We don't have layoffs that are massive. We're not in this like deteriorating labor situation, even with jobs. So I don't see how any of this data is going to be taken lightly tomorrow. I think the market's going to react negatively towards it because we're cutting into good employment, good unemployment. So I don't see why we're selling still, or even would sell this close. I would assume that we would go up into this data tomorrow morning. Then we'd get the drop on it. Good news should be bad news tomorrow. So if the unemployment rate is good, we should sell. Theoretically, in my mind, we should sell. So I don't like selling down into this NFP data tomorrow at all. And I know everyone's on employment situations deteriorating, jobs are deteriorating. That's not true. The data does not support that. all of the data that we have available at this point does not suggest that. And I was like, when I was watching Jerome the other day on that fucking FOMC, all I kept thinking to myself was, he's lying about this, he's lying about that. It's rare that I can watch the FOMC and he might fib about one or two things. This one was probably the biggest like bullshit I've seen in a long time. Long time, where Jerome was saying things that just were not true. It was from the start to the finish. I couldn't tell if it was because it was a victory lap for for the year to end his chairmanship. It's December and all that kind of shit. You don't know when the intervention comes from the assertion of power in the Fed comes. You can kind of already see it right now. You can kind of feel right now that he's the shadow chair. I feel it immediately after I was done with that FOMC. The first thing I felt right away was they did vote. Did you guys see that they voted all of their terms back in early? I think the day after or something, they voted their terms back in, so they couldn't be a shell game going on. So they are trying to protect some of that independence. Still in a Moran, not Moran, but the other guy. No, Moran voted for it too. So they wanted to still maintain some of their independence, which now even says him voting like that maybe you get another Jerome. It was saying that they still want their independence, or maintain some facade of independence. We should talk more about that at some point if a chance, but there were a lot of lies at that FOMC. That FOMC was probably one of the most polluted FOMCs I've listened to. And I read the after report, language changes and all that kind of stuff. It was pretty filthy. So I'm wondering if this price action has to do with that zeitgeist, the unrealized volatility of NFP, but we should fucking crater tomorrow on that shit. That data should come back in looking good. And if that data comes in looking good tomorrow morning, that means that inflation is going to fucking roar. And if inflation is going to roar, it should be inverse, that being good data. You'll hear calls for why did we cut? And we have to take a price up, price out, a cut, the next cut. Unless there's something we're missing here. Which there wasn't much missing, like none of that, not a lot of this data. Here, I'll read you something here. I'll break this out. Hold on. I read an article here for you. It's from Wolf. Layoffs show no signs of weakened labor market. I think I went through this with you before. He posted this. I went over this with you early last week, telling you that I don't want to see a cut. I think I've made myself very clean and clear, crystal clear, that we should not have cut at this last FOMC. That the labor market is actually in pretty good shape. So this came out on the 11th. This was post FOMC. Layoffs show no signs of weakening labor market. If the labor market is weakening, it's on the job creation side of the equation. And that would be about it. Like maybe job creation. We're not losing jobs. I know that. We have nobody moving. It would only be if you're not creating more jobs. So if you're offering 100 jobs at company A, and you're saying that company A is laying everybody off and they're not replacing those people. Now we only offer 80 positions, 60 positions, something like that. That's not the case. Now, the only badness here would be new jobs. You got 100 and you're expecting 110 or something, 105 or whatever. That's the only thing that can be bad in the jobs market. It's on the job side creation or job creation side of the equation. It may be in part due to AI. I agree with that. So new job growth. Initial applications for unemployment benefits, initial claims in the week through Saturday bounced back to a still relatively low 236,000 from the outlier plunge last week, seasonally adjusted. That has caused me to note initial unemployment insurance claims were a doozy. That'll reverse next week, and they did today. So this was this past Thursday. And I had said, obviously, one or more big states that didn't get their claims data filled before deadline, this having been the week of Thanksgiving, which is what caused this plunge in the claims. But that data gets picked up in the next week. So we'll see a spike in claims, which will undo part or all of today's plunge, and they did today, which is why we look at the 4-week average, which largely irons out week-to-week squiggles, which ticked up to 216,700 or 750 seasonally adjusted, which is historically low, in the same low range that it has been for the last 4 years. So, I mean, if you look at unemployment rates and employment rates, any of this data, it's not in any way, shape, or form a market that's come undone. So it's almost like a setup here. And we're cutting rates into something that is not showing itself yet. And that could be a problem into tomorrow. This administrative data, not survey-based data, freshly laid off people filled these applications for unemployment insurance, then reported them to the Department of Labor weekly deadline, which then combined the data and published it today. In a longer time span going back to 1970, initial claims are very low despite the growth of non-farm payrolls over the decades. They were lower only during the tight labor market of 2018, 2019, and during the labor shortages coming out of the pandemic. Layoffs showed no signs of weakening labor market. I mean, that's a shocker, right? You've been hearing that all fucking year. If the labor market is weakening, it's on the job creation side of the job creation side of the equation. We also have consistently seen that churn in the labor market has calmed down dramatically from the pandemic spike, with relatively few people quitting, with retirements being down. Retirements went down like retirements and deaths remain constant, but retirements went down like 21, I think. There was a rash of early retirements offered. I want to say 21 and 22 in that time period. Those things came off. As fewer people are leaving their jobs, they leave fewer job openings behind, and fewer people need to be hired to fill those newly opened jobs. While job openings remain relatively high, they're at the level of the peak before the pandemic. There's a lot less turnover in the labor market, so it's harder for people who are out of a job to find a job. I've discussed all this with you in the past already. This greater difficulty for laid off people to find a job, to spend more time looking for a job, shows up in the continued claims for unemployment insurance. But even those have improved recently. So basically what they're saying is, I described this to you before last week's FOMC. You have people they're the loudest people on the internet. Like today, we hear the noise from the affected people, and it's amplified, but it's not real. It's literally, it's not, I don't want to call it bullshit. It's not, and it's not just anecdotal. It's being pushed as the narrative has now become the facts that are not the fucking facts. I don't know how to say this anymore, but so people that are looking for jobs can't find work, but they're a very small percentage of the labor force. And the reason why they can't find work is because there's no musical chairs going on right now. People that have jobs are keeping their jobs. So it's not a bad labor market, necessarily a bad labor market, but at the same time, those people are screaming bloody murder, which they should, of course, but they're being then picked up by the zeitgeist, and the zeitgeist is now the truth, supposedly, even though it's not. Now, if you're going to nitpick and say the labor market was deteriorating from no new job openings, that's a whole nother fucking ball of wax. that brings a whole another batch of questions. You got to think about corporations don't need to replace workers or grow their workforce. That's probably true to some extent, or is going to become true. And these are your entry level, mid level. I don't want to call them paper pushers or anything, but task oriented workers. And the people that you ask to like file shit for you, like that's the kind of the thing that AI is taking a lot of that over. It's also taking over a lot of the creative space too. But that opens up a whole nother can of shit because, your corporations are going to be still making more profit. And that's that K-shaped economy, man. At some point, that would need to be addressed by, your government. That's a government answer right there. I don't know who else could answer that question for you. A corporation is always trying to remove workers. It's always been like that. There's no corporation out there. There isn't even a manufacturing company out there. I mean, there might be an outlier, but on average, all corporations attempt to remove their most costly parts of putting out any kind of product or service, and that's usually going to be labor. It's the easiest bottom line thing you can remove quickly, right? We don't have manufacturing like we did turn of the century, right? We don't have like a bunch of kids working in a coal mine today, a bunch of kids working in a fucking shoe factory anymore. So they automate as much as they possibly can. Robotics, software systems. Think about it like this. We used to type on a piece of paper, right? Typewriter. And we needed offices. An executive would say, "Right, get this memo out for me." They would get rewritten by, at that time they called them secretaries, I think, and turned to like an administrative assistants, classier names, I guess, for that shit or whatever. But we've, over the years, have gotten rid of that many people. We've reduced it down. Now, then it was like a word processor, then it was a computer. Now you can have AI write out most of this for you and have somebody proof it and then send it off. I mean, hell, just the process of knowing when to cut labor is easily pumped into AI and scheduled with like all the SaaS stuff, like the efficiency in companies is getting better and better over the years. So that's a far larger question than this report would be able to answer. This NFP and this unemployment. That's a far larger question that has nothing to do with less jobs being created due to AI. This greater difficulty for laid off people to find a job and to spend more time looking for a job shows up in continued claims, blah, blah. But that's been improving. Continued claims for unemployment insurance also released today by the Labor Department track people who applied for unemployment insurance at least a week earlier and are still claiming unemployment insurance because they still haven't found a job. These continued unemployment claims plunged by 99,000 in the latest week, a huge outlier. There's another part to this too, which is there are jobs being created. There's resistance to applying to them. And I can't fault that either. Like, this is taking the stock market hat off and putting on the Main Street hat, but there are a lot of people that don't want to retrain. There are a lot of people that don't want to move industries. They want to get pipelined, right? I want to get pipelined into this or that. Or I went to over the weekend. So it's the holidays, of course. So I'm like, as we get closer to Christmas, I get busier, like busy. I hate, like, I've turned into hating Christmas. I'll be honest with you. I don't want to use that word lightly, but I begin to despise Christmas and New Year's. As I've gotten older and older and I'm servicing other people, like not you, but like my family, like my kids, my friends, my relationships. At some point as you get older, you're like servicing other people in their lives. It's not a bad thing at all, but what happens is as you get older, you have more things to attend. Like when I was a kid, I would like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go here and go there, or whatever. But as you get older, your responsibilities grow, where people expect you to be at certain things. I gotta go to this for my daughter, go to that for my daughter, go to this and that and this and that. I gotta go this for my people I do business with. I gotta go do this for people I spend money with. Oh, you name it, right? Across the board. So I was at a party this weekend with a bunch of like business people in Detroit. And attorneys, business people. It was like a mix of people that do business in Detroit. And I spoke to attorneys this weekend, and I asked them a bunch of questions. I asked them a bunch of questions about like commercial real estate, the companies that service that bad debt. Because there are office buildings in Detroit, well, not Detroit, but Metro Detroit, that are unoccupied still after the pandemic, like big high rises. You can walk into these things and there might be like 2 offices and like 50 offices that are just empty. And there are new landlords coming into these buildings and these big high rises. And there are these specialized companies that I forget what they're called right now, but there's a name for them. But these specialized real estate companies that come in and pick up all this hot garbage real estate when this happens, right? They implode. And so I'm discussing it with these guys. Those questions, but then I had questions towards their paperwork, and they like the attorneys and doctors have hidden rooms full of paper trail documents spanning back decades, and books too, like medical books, law books. They're huge. They cost big money. But anyways, I was discussing this with I was in a circle of people talking, and they're all attorneys. And I was like, "What are you guys making a transition to paperless?" Because I know that medical is and isn't. It's like in between, which would kill a bunch of the bureaucracy of of doctors or hospitals, medical stuff, right? And I was asking these guys about the law, and I was like, "You guys still use your law books that you have in your libraries? Do you guys have cases and cases and file cabinets full of shit?" And they told me they're making the transition right now away from paper, and that they're not even referencing their law books anymore like they used to. And so that a lot of that stuff is taking away hours from your, entry paraprofessional. I don't know exactly what they're called, but they're like, they're not quite attorneys, but legal secretary might be a word for that. But these guys all said that they were reducing even their need for those for that time due to AI. These continued claims are down 130,000 from recent high at the end of July. 4-week average fell to 1.9. So the question then becomes, like let's say I'm a legal secretary and I can't get any fucking work because of AI, or I'm a biller for an insurance company, or I pull records in a doctor's office, and there's no work. So your initial knee-jerk thing you're going to do is you're going to look for a biller role, right? I'm going to go on the internet, I'm going to look up billers, and no one's quitting their jobs. Now, AI still opens jobs. Every new technology does. But to be like, oh, I'm going to go look for a job at the local power company or the local coal plant or gas plant or wind farm would not be on my bingo card as a biller, a medical biller. Or maybe they're doing construction for data centers, and I'm going to go work for a construction company doing that work to get that new role in a new industry that's popping up, servicing this new economy. new economy, new technology. It wouldn't be easy for me to think about that, as a regular worker. I'm going to say, fuck that. I'm just going to keep looking. Hey, the labor market sucks for medical billers right now. Bang my fork and light my torch and all that kind of stuff. So I think that's a bigger question that has nothing to do with, it's a bigger question that has to be dealt with at some point. And I don't think it's going to be something solved in 1 month. I think that's a larger, huger question, a question for the population, of course, and however the government wants to address that, whether that's UBI or job retraining programs. We haven't seen any of that either, right? I haven't seen anything like that. Some kind of like task force or I don't know, fucking Senate group or whatever, that tries to funnel people into the new jobs that are being created. So there could be some, circles and square peg or squares, fitting a circle and a square and a circle. So layoffs are low, but once laid off, it takes people longer to find a job. As companies have slowed their hiring, but even that has improved since the summer. AI is turning out to be a further complication for people who've graduated from college and are trying to start their careers. The CEO of Intercontinental Exchange, Jeffrey Sprecher, talked about it in an interview. This company has rolled out AI tools for its staff years ago. He said that AI tools have made his people more efficient. The company hasn't necessarily eliminated any positions or what have you, but the company slowed down hiring for these kinds of entry-level jobs. They have been getting automated in many cases where somebody might have had a junior person doing something, he said. And so I have a lot of friends that have children that are graduated from college, good colleges with good degrees. This is the same guy speaking right now. That are having problems, and their friends are having problems entering the workplace. So where you're like, hey, I'm going to get pipelined into this industry or pipelined into that industry, and that's what's considered the thing you do graduating from a great college. They're having problems entering the workplace. Quote, I see that because I look at our own behavior, which is we're kind of slow walking some of that hiring now because we're using these tools. College graduates having a hard time finding a job is now a wider issue, especially because AI tools have reduced somewhat the number of entry-level jobs. But college graduates who have not worked the minimum amount of time are not eligible for unemployment insurance and are not in the unemployment insurance data here. But they are in the unemployment figures of the jobs reports. And I've been looking at that data. You can go to the Fred and look at the unemployment rate for college graduates. I believe it's 24 to 32 years old or so, something like that. Maybe 21 to 32 or something like that. But I check it every month or two because there's been a lot of complaints that college graduates cannot find a job. It's not showing anything abnormal in a longer term trend. It's on the high side, but it's still in trend. And some of that could just be square peg, round hole. And square peg, round hole could be something that might need to be watched, but not necessarily reacted to this quickly. If they can find work in something that they weren't prepared for, that could iron itself out over the course of 3 to 6 months. You get hungry enough, you don't work long enough, you're going to start saying, oh, maybe I'll look over there for that construction biller. This construction company is not using AI yet. They're still building out these data centers. Meanwhile, they're haven't picked up on AI for their company yet. So that could be the case tomorrow. That case could be made. But I guess if you're looking for the bullish outcome, potentially that could be the bullish outcome for tomorrow, where the data is good data that we should be cutting because of job losses due to AI. I'm trying to look at the reason why this or the contra reason why this data could be bad. That in fact we are losing jobs due to AI, but there are new jobs there. It's just that they're not looking for them yet. That's the only thing that I can see there. 1 p.m. We're not going anywhere right now, going flat. I've got a pretty dour outlook on tomorrow, but on the data being good, not bad. In my view, the data is going to be really good, but I don't think the market's going to like that. That's the only thing that I guess that would be the only contra thing. No new job creation. So watch that closely tomorrow. Trading down early into NFP. It's very much like FOMC.
Shortly expecting the results from the Fed reverse repo facility. 6 counterparties take $2.601 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Trying to see if there's anything else that I'm missing here in this NFP unemployment tomorrow, but I don't think I am. I think I got it all here. Yeah, paralegal, paraprofessional. That's what I hear at where do I hear that from? I hear that at oftentimes when I'm at school events. I'm like, oh, what do you do at the school? I'm a paraprofessional. I'm like, oh, okay. You're not a teacher then. I like appreciate what you're doing. I'll have to look that up. Paraprofessional. Is that an actual title or not? Yeah, so a paraprofessional is for schools. It says a paraprofessional, paraeducator, teacher's aide, assistant, provides crucial support in educational and other settings. So I guess I'm putting everyone else in that same category. A road to nowhere all day long here. Just a warning to you that I am bearish into Tuesday, Wednesday, so be aware of that. I mentioned it this morning 10 times. No squeeze, and of today I'm getting more and more bearish. Still cruising down on 6,800 right now.
Chevron reduces price for Venezuelan oil after tanker seizure.
Revisiting the day's lows right now. It's up low, higher, low still.
Further detail into this, and Chevron lowered the price of Venezuelan crude offered to U.S. refiners after a tanker was seized by American forces in the Caribbean and as global prices drifted lower. The oil supermajor sold a batch of Venezuelan oil on December 11th, a day after U.S. forces seized a vessel off the nation's coast at weaker prices compared than a batch offered on Monday, according to people familiar with the matter.
Financials catching a bid.
Secretary of War Hegseth says the US is to avenge troops shot in Syria with overwhelming force. That's just Hegseth speaking at just putting a post on X.
I don't understand this. You're saying Pete Hegseth saying that the U.S. is to avenge troops shot in Syria with overwhelming force. Wasn't this guy like a trainee or something? It was like this guy was like some kind of like, wasn't that guy that did the shooting like a trainee or something like that? like I don't get it. Yeah, it's super cringy. It's fairly common when you're training a new army to take over. You're gonna have, I don't know if you'd call them insurgents, but you piss off a lot of these people when you're training them too. You know, shit, you'll get trainees that freak out in the U.S. The fucking Full Metal Jacket was all about that shit. He did that every single time a trainee. You know, trainees are dangerous. You don't know that if you're training troops in another country, when you're intervening or you're, you know, some kind of JSOC special forces, high speed, no drag, you're going to kind of expect a little bit of that going on. Or every time somebody, you know, starts capping someone new, it's so cringy. You're right. That's why you said it right. Pretty cringy. Kind of goofy. Kind of part of the deal, you know. Like if you go to another country and you're training like a counter force basically in any country you go into, you're gonna expect, you know, you never keep your eyes off those motherfuckers ever, you know. Yeah, I assume we're gonna do that on I assume we're gonna invade Venezuela like right after OpX. I'm assuming that's where we bought them, right around 23rd or something like that. just post-op X, pre-op X, whatever. Probably like anywhere between like Wednesday and Friday. As soon as like Wednesday and Friday is done, I'm assuming that you're going to hear war starts in Venezuela. That should not be a down day. That should be an up day. If you don't know. Well, they do it. I think they do it because I think they do these invasions in coordination with the street, so they can hedge appropriately and stuff. If something goes wrong, new contract, that kind of stuff. If something goes wrong, usually if something ever goes wrong, it's usually like the first few days. You'll know like right away if things go wrong. It doesn't take long. It's usually pretty quick. There's no like the gotcha moment scope. Like we usually within like 3 days we assert dominance. If we don't have you down in 3 days, there's something wrong. So we are that fucking fast. Within like 72 hours, you should be done for. We're kinetic. We know what the fuck we're doing. I gotta give the U.S. military one thing: if they want to fuck some shit up, they will. They ain't got no fucking problem doing it. Oh, I'm up a little bit. Here I go. A little bit green again. That's where you get your Christmas rally. Nope. Up again. We're going to go the other way now. Dude, this has been like eye bleeder shit today. A note to you all out there. I want to say it now and I'll say it again. I'll make some notes about it. But all that medical shit that I've got going on, I've got a major procedure coming up on January 5th. When we get back from the holidays, that's a fucking Monday, which sucks. What time is that operation? Is that in the morning or the afternoon or the night? Just a note to you out there. All that medical shit I've had going on, that shit's still going on. January 5th, I can't miss it. It's like a medical procedure. 8 fucking a.m. When can I when will I be okay to give you a recovery on that or no? Can you find out? Can I go right back to work or no? I'm done by noon. Yeah, what's like afterwards? Anything fucked up or anything stupid that I don't know about? Until groggy, until when? Can you look that up? Like, can you call the doctor and find out? I know January 5th, like it's like the day we come back, I think, from the I haven't looked at the calendar yet. I just found out today. Yeah, that's the fucking day we get back from I guess we're first on the docket, I guess then, huh? Probably for them too. Give me the squeeze up here, please. You can buy fucking puts for tomorrow. Small bull plane coming up on the 1 and 5 minute right now. Price above the 1 minute trigger, now above the 5 minute trigger.
Besson urges agreement on Pillar 2 global minimum tax.
See, even the trash people are late today, huh?
That's Besant posting on X.
Whole fucking city's shut down. Goddamn, one real winter, it shuts our whole city down.
So Besant says, just commenting on his on the talks that he had with Europeans, that he says, I emphasize the concrete progress on EU's growth and competitiveness goal is of keen interest to the US. And as of this week, the side-by-side agreement for Pillar 2 global Pillar 2 global minimum tax.
Trying to break out here for a little bit here. A little bit of an unwind going on. Come on, show my fucking account. What is that? It's been a good day so far. Yeah, I'm riding this one up right here. Yeah, I'm looking at my portfolio right now, and I got like a bunch of shitco's, and they're all like doing well. Even like I buy them on such lows, they've done better. But like I'm looking at one right now, like EVTV in particular. I'm still green in this fucking thing overall. Surprised. It's been up a bunch. I've been up like 20, 30, 40% at times. Like all these stocks that I buy them on like when they're fucking dying. Like whenever they get murdered. Like Target, I'm fucking stupid up on that fucking thing too. I was like thinking to myself this morning, I'm like, should I sell? Like, I shouldn't say not just this morning, past fucking week. I'm like, should I sell Target? Should I hold Target? Should I sell calls on Target for just tomorrow? Or this morning in particular, I was like, should I sell some calls against Target? Or do I just dump Target because I already sold puts against it? So I'm like, do I sell calls now and just hold it? I don't know exactly what to do. Like, so this weekend, I had like some introspection going on. I was thinking about, you know, like if yields are going to rise, like if you're out there watching this right now, so if you're watching this show right now, I'm constantly thinking about my money. I shouldn't say that, but if I'm not in this, like I'm in the stock market right now, but I'm not fully in the stock market. I don't own the SPY, and so I got to make money in the stock market with options and stuff. And I own a bunch of other shit right now, but after that FOMC last week, you know, like if yields go up, the yields went up
So the
last
search
week.
committee for the Atlanta Fed announced the start of search for new president.
Check. That suppressor's gone too. So we're at the end of the year, right? Let's do a little discussion about the end of the year. So I have to outrun inflation, and outrunning inflation sucks. If you, how do I explain this simply for you? When you talk about like the K-shaped economy, or you talk about wealth, wealth is a weird thing because for a long time I lived in very expensive places. Some of you out there know where I've lived in the most expensive places in the country, hands down. The most expensive places you can live in the country. And so I always I was always working to pay to live in those places. I could never. What's that? I could never gain wealth. You live in Santa Monica, you live in like New York City, you live in, I mean, you can. Some of you do, very few of you, extremely few of you. These are very small places. Like you go to like you know, a big ski town or something, or beach town or big city, and you're having to service the cost of living there. And so I never had to worry about too much about wealth. It was always like 401k or buy this or buy that, but it was never like, never nothing was on the top of my mind. It was always like, yeah, it's 20 years, 30 years down the road. What happens is, because of that, didn't care about my money. You know, you make it to spend it to live. So you don't have to worry about too much about inflation. I mean, there's two sides of it. Oh, this is too expensive. I can't afford this, or I gotta find a better deal or whatever. But money's not like that when you stop just paying your bills, like paying your bills, then you're making money. And then it becomes cheap, worth less, right? And so I'm like looking at the yields last week, and I'm thinking about is money and like where inflation comes from and all those questions. And it's like, where do you leave your money that you outrun this inflation? Like out of that FOMC meeting, the one big thing that scared the fuck out of me was, you know, the need to outrun inflation. And if you're not going to catch it in yields, where can you find it? Stock market, right? Basically, you have to own the stock market, or property, maybe. Would be the only other thing, like jump back in on property or jump back in on stock market. And it's the end of the year right now. I freaked out so bad last week over this FOMC meeting. I didn't know why I was freaking out, and then over the weekend, I'm thinking about it, and it's like thinking and thinking and thinking and thinking and thinking. I'm like, now I know why I'm freaking out, because you can quickly see your money lose value if you have savings, you know. So like when you're in this mode of like, if this is the brutality of working paycheck to paycheck, is you don't care to some extent. You care about inflation, but like, hey, this steak is too expensive. I'll look for a better price steak elsewhere. Maybe I'm not eating steak this month. But then on the flip side of that, when you get away from that, like pay off your debt, live somewhere you can afford, like I did, bite the bullet, right, and say, fuck this, I'm going to make my money and I'm going to save it. I'm going to pay off my debt. I'm going to fucking done with debt. Like, never again. I know that makes the world money makes the world turn. Debt makes the world turn. I get it. But I'm old. I'm not going to be here. I'm not coming back with my cash in my pocket, you know? So I have this like fear as I'm getting older where, I did the right thing. You know, I paid my debt off. I moved to a place that I could live cheaply and save money. And that FOMC scared the fucking shit out of me. And I didn't understand right away what was happening until like Saturday, Sunday. And so then the wheels start spinning in my head, and I'm like, if this inflation shit starts fucking ramping next year, like, what the fuck am I gonna do? And of course, I'm looking at that. I'm looking at the outlooks for next year myself too, like you guys are. And then I'm looking at that chart that I just posted in there, and it looks like a goddamn trap to me. For early next year at least. So I'm not in panic mode yet, but I'm looking for any kind of fucking correction. Like, for where that monthly velocity is, in that chart that I posted for you, there's like one more bull run. We have like one more bull run on daily velocity. But after that looming in question about inflation, and not have your money get destroyed. If you don't know, like, you have to find a place for it. It's not going to be in fucking bonds. I mean, I see what they're saying here with the short end, but that long end looks like dog shit. So, and you know, the bond boys are going to constantly tell you to put their money there. You know, they're always fucking begging for you to put your money there, but that's the place for people to lose money, I think, through servicing that shit. But whatever. That's my big question for like end of this year is I am fucking afraid. The big question, I guess, I haven't formulated this completely yet, but I thought about it all fucking weekend. Like, if inflation is going to ramp, which I think it is, and I do think that the White House wants the market propped up enough into the election, the midterms in next December. I don't know how we get there, but you can't be left behind in that either. So if like, where do you buy? Where do you? These are all questions that I'm like existential threat questions that I'm asking. I got so freaked out this weekend that at one point, I almost made a decision to just buy the S&P 500 like today. I don't care about returns over the next month or two. I got really freaked out. At some point on Sunday, I was like, I should just buy the S&P 500 now and not fucking care what happens. That's how scared I was. Pretty fucking scared. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to wait for a correction, of course, but just the fact that my brain was telling me to be fearful of inflation and to hide your fucking money, basically, in the S&P 500. That's how fearful I was heading into like Saturday, Sunday. Like, when that herd money starts running, you don't know where it's going. No one really knows right away where it starts to go. It could go anywhere. Go into foreign markets, can go to like Europe, can go to Asia, can go to real estate, commercial real estate. You can see it in gold, right? You guys are seeing gold go up right now. So you can see some of that herd money already panicking. Rightfully so. I've felt the I don't know if I say I felt it, but I felt it in some of the things that I've purchased. I've gone back to look at what those things are worth now, and I actually own shit right now, expensive shit that is going up in value. It's worth more than I paid for it. That shouldn't go up in value. or is holding value where it shouldn't be. Things that shouldn't, like they shouldn't be appreciating assets. These are depreciating assets that are even going up in value right now, which I find kind of shocking to some extent. So it's like I mean, it's like panic, almost like a panic for next year, which would seem like a prime place to dump on people too, right? Did anybody feel that last week? Anybody out there with any kind of wealth? Anyone feel that panic last week? I did. I couldn't identify it last week, but I realized it over Saturday and Sunday what it was. That shit is destructive. Anyone thinking about that? What's going on here? I'm pretty bearish into tomorrow, Winky. Tomorrow and Wednesday. That's about it. Now, January, February, I'm fucking bearish. That monthly velocity on SPY is enough for me. That's all I need to see. I just want that daily velocity to match up with the weekly. I want that nice symmetrical, all of them maxed out at the same time. You've been panicking for 2 years. I've beat the market. Like I've beat inflation the last 2 years, but I got out of market, like fully out of market, like truly out of market, April or May. As soon as we made it back, like I bought the bottom, and as soon as we got up, I stepped off the bus. I've been trading it up, but I haven't been vested in the market. I'm like, fuck this. I'm like, I want off this crazy fucking train. I'm like, I'll take a limited loss. And now I'm reconsidering what I'm going to do next year right now. And I'm feeling this like impending, like if I don't, like where am I going to outrun inflation feeling. Anyone else out there? Or am I the only one thinking about that stuff? Maybe it's just me. You guys are all still vested in the market. I'll wait for a 30% drawdown. I'll wait for our usual April bloodbath, like seasonal weakness. It's gonna. I think it's gonna be bigger. I think it's gonna be a lot like the mid like 96, 97, 98, 99, where it's like 20, 30 down, 40, 50 up, 50% down, 75% up. It's gonna go wham, 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 wham. Well, I was near the same predicament in 20 and 21. It was the same predicament. When inflation was ramping then. I haven't figured out what to do yet, but I'm assuming here that I'm going to look at the market in like April, May, and I'm going to be patient until then. But we should probably have a talk about that stuff this week as we come into OpEx if we can. We'll start doing it. We'll start chatting as soon as we get through OpEx. We'll start chatting about as soon as we get past like NFP expiration OpEx. we're gonna shift some of the show into outlooks for next year. Someone was asking for them in the Discord. They're just not all out yet. I'll post them all for you. But I also am thinking about what I'm doing next year, and I'm fucking frightened. Like, if the market's topping and inflation is ramping, we're just gonna blow off some of this velocity then for
Keep
next
an eye on
year.
Tesla shares last up 3.7% in afternoon trading.
That doesn't stop inflation from moving higher. Yeah, I don't still know what to buy. I'm not exactly sure what to buy right now. I'm not doing gold. Mm-mm. Fuck no. Fuck. I just bought some Bitcoin recently. I got a rule about that gold shit. I got to think about it for next year. I'm not done thinking about what it's going to be. Like, I think has anybody out there addressed this in public? I'm not talking about a 1 day or 2 day pump on gold. I'm talking about over the course of a year or more, or just a year. I want something that's low. Low risk. I feel like the fucking 3 and 6 months are a fucking trap. The fucking bond market is a goddamn trap. My whole fucking bond market is a trap in my view. That shit came ripping down too. Three-month fucking yields all the way up to 5.7. Fucking ripped today. That shit. I'm trying to tease me into the 3 month. See, the 3 months are down again. Let's see the 6 month. Six months getting hammered too. GME. Mm-mm. I don't know what it is. I'm gonna keep looking into it. I got a few more. I got like at least a week or two to figure this out. Fucking yield's getting hammered on 3 and 6 month right now. Fucking hammered. Look at the 30-year. I mean, we'll just do the 10-year start anyways. Trying to tease the 10-year right here. Yield was good in the end of December 24. All right, let's take a look at this market really quick. God, December sucks, man. It's like what fucking paint dry. Let's go back for people that are joining us late. We'll redo this again. We did this morning. I want to show you a couple things here. Go to a month here. I want to see that's still down there, way lower, right? I just want to show. I'm only showing you this because I want you to see the gap. This is 650.14. I don't think we're trading here, but I just want you to be aware that there's no gamma down here. We're going to rehash this morning what I went over early morning. We'll look back on a week here. And this is what I think is important. I want you to, I'll snap this and put this in here for you, but this in particular right here. This gap is still looming. I made a post on FinTwit saying spirit of 76. And what I meant by that spirit of 76 is we may have hit it on Friday. Oh, no, shouldn't put 6 there, but weekly. What I want you to look at here is on this weekly basis here. This is weekly. This is weekly here. You want to fuck some shit up, we can. This is monthly down here. Pretty big fucking gap in here. Now No, I don't want to get all doomish with you and stuff, but I think we've reviewed this a bunch here, whatever. But December should be volatile as the bottom's in, but in reality, you can't get out until like Vixpiration OPEX, and then there's a whole nother tie-in in that. Is it up or down? Is the unwind down? Is the unwind up? It looks like it's up, as far as I can see right now. Now that doesn't mean we don't have Vixpiration where funky shit can happen. So your Vixpiration tomorrow at 9 a.m. We'll put this up later, but I'll show you this in a moment. But I just want you to see this fucking gap here, okay? Fucking gap's big. We're going on a daily basis over here. We can't lose 674.82. Or it starts to trigger a bunch of bad shit. Now there is a little bit of buying down here that could take place. I would probably lower this, maybe slightly lower. Say you can go as deep if you really wanted to as 672.62. We'll make this one white for the daily here. And none of this is that daily dip buy is not gonna matter. You just don't want to see price like losing all of this down here. And you start seeing shit like that, and then it's like ooh, straight down. Okay. So some key numbers for you heading into Tuesday and Wednesday is going to be 674.82, 672.62. You know that if we sweep down here, that's one thing. But if we make another low down here, bad things happen. Okay. Some mean shit. All of a sudden you're blasting down here. Now, in this case, in this week, we have OPEX. We've got VIXI. We got NFP. We're selling down into it. I don't like that. I would have preferred to be on a high and then sell NFP. So I don't like selling down into this. Makes me think we're going to squeeze up now on NFP. And then maybe we'll realize what it really means and then go down afterwards on Vixpiration. There's a lot of backwards in our market right now. We have unclear markets, unclear data. And all the data is right, and everyone's getting it wrong. So you could get an initial reaction that unemployment is bad, which is good for markets, and then within a day they're going to figure out that's wrong. And then we go back down. So it's kind of wonky right now. But there's a big gap here. Just be aware of that. This gap exists. There's no gamma down here. There's no put gamma. Dealers have priced in a move down here. They got fucking 672, 670 priced heavy right now. And no one's in those trades. Like nobody owns puts for Friday or Wednesday. There's like 2,000 contracts out that I could see on earlier today to trade 670, 672. Nobody believes we can trade this. So just be aware of that. On a 4-hour basis over here, I showed you guys in the Discord already. I think I've showed you past few weeks. December is always volatile in every bull run. All 6 of them I showed you 2 weeks ago, a week or 2 ago. Showed you. We went on the stream. I said, watch December. It's just like this grind, and then we crank to the upside. Now, when we're grinding in here, these lows on like Vixpiration's a prime example of a whipsaw down. And we had that combined with NFP this year, volatility and unemployment volatility. We also have some other data that's been delayed coming out the next few days here. So just be aware of that down there. If you think the low is in or was put in, I heard the low is in on FOMC. That wasn't the case there and here, back down again. Just be aware of that. It's like, what's the low to buy for that holiday rally? And the holiday rallies typically don't get started until late December, into early January. So be aware of that too. If you come over here on a 4-hour basis here, we already know that the seller's above. We knew that even this morning. This is now a 4-hour candle. This 4-hour candle was higher, and now it's lower. This 1 hour now became a 4. Telling you no, we're not going up there. This is now a 4-hour candle. We put in that 4-hour candle earlier today. Telling you no. And then on a 1-hour basis here, right up here, there's this 1 hour right here. I would have liked to have seen a trade to fail this morning, 687. And they're already getting on it. It's like everybody knows. That bothers me. We're going to talk about that here too for a contra trade in a minute. So the one thing that's bugging the fuck out of me is we're pricing shit in that we shouldn't be doing because this data is all fucked up. So like, I would have preferred for us to open this morning, go up here, sell this for NFP to sell down. So if you want a contra trade, this looks like everybody thinks NFP is going to be bad. So squeeze it up. And then what you do is you end up doing here is you're going to find out that NFP is it's going to be
NYMEX
bad.
WTI
Good,
crude
but bad
January
for
futures
markets.
settle at 56.
Turn this shit off. Hold on.
Down 62 cents.
Voice news disconnected.
I don't know if you're following along with this, but the same shit happened on FOMC over here. So on the inverse trade here, I would have preferred for this morning to wake up, pop this up, and then we're selling big time into NFP unemployment rate and VIXpiration. Now I want to warn you about something here. VIXpiration, do not fuck with it. I'm going to warn you one time. I don't give a fuck if it takes until, I don't give a fuck if we're up here. We drop at the last hour of VIXy. I don't care if we drop. I don't care if we do this stuff here sideways and we're in the 9 a.m. or the VIXpiration eve, VIXpiration morning, any of that shit. Here's Wednesday at 1600. I don't care if we fucking go up here for NFP and then shanked straight down. I really don't care. I don't give a fuck if we like price in NFP and then rip faces off. Down. Down, 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 down. VIXpiration down. Just remember that, okay? If we don't go down on VIXpiration or around it, this would be the only example of not doing that. In the last 6 bull runs. Last 6. So this could be being front run too. If you're not a contra trader, this could be everybody's figured it out now. We drop every VIXpiration, so we're going to front run the downside move and try to get in front of it. There could be a little bit of that going on right now. Trying to jump ahead of it, just like sell VIXpiration. There's no way we're going to be above 692. Sell all this because we know it's going down on VIXpiration. It's an easy layup trade. That's what a lot of this price action is reminding me of. Is trying to front run this eventuality. So where are we at? What are we looking at here? Still in range, still corkscrewing. We're wound in right now. Note too that even if we go blast down here, we'll get sucked right back up into our closing price for QuapX, wherever that may be. We should at least get sucked back up. It should come right back. Normally it does. Sometimes it doesn't, but we should be. You got to remember too is that the market's being parked. I want you to think about when we're coming into. I want you to think a little bit farther back in time here. And when we're coming into these OPEXs, especially quarterly OPEXs, you know, the market's telling you where it wants to be. You know, when we come into a quarter end, you know, or pushing price from the start of a quarter up or down into the next quarter. There's new information that we get along the way, but eventually we park. We get sucked into the vortex QuapX. So next thing we're gonna look at here is just the 30-minute basis. Come on now, spin her up for me. Getting a little bit of a drag here. My chart is slowing down. You see it? Come on now. Oh, now you're showing it. Get rid of that. Just looking at a 30-minute basis here. A 15-minute looks good. Half hour looks like dog shit. Hourly looks okay. It looks okay. I'd like to see it go down a little bit more. We got an example back here on the 14th. I'd like to see that down there a little bit more. A little bit more weakness. We are bullish on a daily velocity. That's pretty good. This is all positive. You should expect the daily trigger to hold, which it is right now. Even if price blasts down briefly, it should come back. That's all good. We can look at this on a daily basis if you want. This is all maxed out already, but I would still like to see. We'll come back to this in a minute here. Would still like to see these peaked out here, and this peaked out here, and then we'll have the perfect fucking roll the market over, right? You get the month end Ramporama, weeks into the month end Ramporama, month end click, quarter end click. They're all on major highs. So we're still looking for that last bull push into year end. Looks viable as of right now. On a 1 hour basis right here. Tomorrow we get ADP employment change weekly at 8:15. Non-farms payroll, two of them, 2 months worth. Retail sales month over month, and the unemployment rate. That has a fuck ton of volatility. And then on Wednesday, we get Vixpiration, and we get something else that's funky, a 20-year bond auction at 1 p.m. That ain't pretty. Then we get on Thursday, open at 8:30, core inflation rate year over year, inflation rate month over month, CPI, initial claims, continuing claims. We got a fuck ton of Fed speakers regurgitating all week. Then we get Michigan consumer sentiment on Friday. So when you're looking at like volatility, right? It's there. For all that data we've been missing, it is definitely fucking there. So we're in this like fucking funky ass place. I still don't fucking like. I mean, I guess now I want to see it more like this. Still want to see this trip higher again. I don't like that they're not squeezing this. Still, even right now, don't like it. Don't like that's been pinned all day long. Though I want you to see that this should still go down here. Now, I've only got 677, I think. Or from this morning was 677 and then up here. We got to talk about this. So this from this morning was supposed to be like this. Ready? Down here. And then down here. The trade higher. They clipped it right here. Yeah, 930. So they're already bringing us down right now. Right? So down here and then unclench, right? So let's crush this right here. Now here's my big problem with tomorrow. And my fucking problem here is these things go big. Like Wednesday, this will all be blamed on data. And in fact, it's just Vixpiration. It's literally that. You can come up with any fucking story you want for me. You can tell me it's because of the unwind trade. You can tell me it's because of fucking Japan. And I'm going to tell you to fuck right off with that. You can tell me it's because of the data. I'm going to tell you to fuck right off with that. Like the data we got coming, retail sales, unemployment, employment, CPI, retail sales. I don't give a fuck. Every fucking bull run in December, without fucking fail, on our expiration, it goes down. You can spin the story any way you want. You can claim it's this and claim it's that and claim it's this, but it really isn't. It's a function of expiration. It really, truly is. It's a contract expiry that's coming up on a quarterly basis. So I want you to be aware of tomorrow and Wednesday. And I don't care if they got a fucking story or not. Like, this always happens. Down. Now, maybe it doesn't this time. Maybe. But if you were a betting man or a betting woman or a betting they or them out there, every fucking December in a bull market, you're going to get volatility in here. And I don't give a fuck what they're going to assign it to. Don't bother. Because if they don't assign this happening, like a story for it, and they're telling, yeah, everything looks great, man, we're going to go up here, and they fucking don't tell you about Vixpiration, it's the one constant that's there every quarter. Does that make any sense to you guys out there? So when you're looking for reasons for shit, it normally is not the real reason for what's going on. This is a mechanical function that takes place every quarter. So into tomorrow and Wednesday, at least the close of Wednesday, if you're a bull, you're likely going to be given at least one more chance, if not into this Friday, for an end of the year trip higher. If it turns into something messier than that, we won't buy the dip. But I want you to know that this Wednesday and this Friday should give us the opportunity to get long for 2 to 3 legs up into year end, start of January, February. If you're looking to get into that trade with me, we just did one, right? Just did one. So we're going to do another one, and you're going to get probably 2 more pumps into the end of the year, beginning of the year. Now, whenever we're through this volatility, we'll then start discussing year-end outlooks for the upcoming year, and what kind of material impact this data has tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, or whatever. And I don't think it's material. I don't see it being material. The one problem I have here is, like, is it like this? Like, is it a fucking bloodbath? There is that potential. I'm being serious here. This happens every single bull run in December. Now, this is a 4% down move. I don't think it's going to be that fucking bloody. I don't think so. And there's a lot of this market is saying it's not going to be that bloody. If you look down here, we were looking at, we were looking down here, and I'm hard pressed. There's nothing down here. There ain't a goddamn thing down here. Oh, not there. There's not a goddamn thing down to like 6,500. Let me just show it to you really quick. Here's Gamma, and there ain't shit down here. You got this is 6,700 right here. This is indubitably, theoretically, this is the bottom for you. Now once we're underneath the 6,800, we're in volatility, right? We're underneath the gamma flip. And then you've got no stops to 6,500, basically. No stops. You start blasting through this stuff over here, like this. And we start partying, right? We can definitely party here. So 6,650. This is 6,700. 6,650 is, it's way down there. Way down to these buyers right here. way down here. That's where those buyers are. And then these buyers down here are right at that 6,500. These fucking guys are, this is 65, 75. This is buy time again. So I would say to you, if you're asking me what I think about the next 2 days, it's risk off. You start blasting down on a Friday or some shit. You don't want to be long here for that. Now, let's say it's a good day tomorrow. Let's say tomorrow's a good day. We get pinned in. We get a small NFP crunch, but we whipsaw back up. And the real sell is on Vixpiration. You could be thinking oh shit, my bear trade's over, or you might be a bull being like, oh, it's all dead. We're going to the moon again. Bottom is in. You got to watch Vixpiration. Vixpiration will fuck you. In 2024, I'm going to show you exactly right now what happened in 2024. I'm going to show you how bad it was. As I showed in the Discord a bunch of years. I didn't show you all 6, but I just showed you the past 3 bull runs. In 2024, just as an example, I don't want to frighten you or anything. We got past all the bullshit over here. NFP this and NFP. Well, we didn't have NFP that date, I don't believe, but this bullshit story and that bullshit story and this unwind trade. And then on Vixie fucking Eve at 3 in the afternoon, we fucking cratered. We fucking cratered. I remember this day. And not only do I remember this day, this was it's actually really started at 3 in the afternoon, I think. It really started. This was Wednesday of Vixpiration. It ended right at 4 p.m. Let me show you what this drop looked like. It was 4%. Oh, it was a 4% fucking drop in an hour. It was even less than an hour. Yeah, it was maybe 2 hours. About 2 hours, I think it took. We started losing the market at 132. Was a 4% fucking drop on Vixpiration in 24. Now, they're not all this bad, but I just want to impress upon you that you're talking about positioning. You're looking over here and you're like, oh, Cap's out of his fucking mind. I'm showing it to you right now. I'm sure that there's a trader out there wanting this trade right here. No, those puts for Friday or Wednesday were 10 cents earlier today. A 650 or 10 fucking cents for Wednesday. Now I don't think you should buy 650s, but I'm just letting you know that right here. It could be Friday too. It could be a Wednesday, Thursday. We get shitty data tomorrow. Shitty data. City data. Shitty data tomorrow. We get shitty data we get Vixpiration on Wednesday. And then we get 20-year in the middle of the day on Wednesday. And Thursday we get inflation report. We get claims. We get on Friday, capping it all off, we get existing home sales and Michigan consumer sentiment. So I want to warn you, if you're a bull, that is definitely possible. I'll issue you a warning today. This is definitely a possibility, and this looks like they're trying to front run it already. But if you're whipsaw back up here on NFP, still see that move down. It's very viable. So just be aware of it. You can hedge it if you want. If you're going to hedge this, I would be looking for something on Friday. In particular, I'd rather do Friday for the cheap seats or whatever. You don't actually need to hold the entire thing. You just hold it to make a bunch of money and then get out. Make sure it's a little bit more in the money than 651, 53. And there's some cheap ass puts for Wednesday and Friday in here. Now, if we squeeze up tomorrow on NFP, you're like, hey, Cap, I'm a bit cheap here as a seller. I want to sell up here or up here or up here. To get those puts, that's fine too. Just make sure you have a hedge on or you're out of market or you can handle the drop down. Make sure you can handle this drop down if we do it. I wouldn't bet on it. I mean bet on it. I mean, like, wouldn't like say it's guaranteed. The outlook is for here. Where the outlook is for. I'll even go as low as I'm just gonna go to this weekly here. That's it. Your outlook is only to 677.01. Down here. But I want to warn you of this. This volatility is real here. And this outlook can quickly change. You're just like bloodbathing down here. All of a sudden, we're buying an end of the year trade at 651. It wouldn't be fun, would it? It'll all come back. We'll end up trading this into like January. Swing this down and then start trading this all the way up into January, February, hit your 700, 720 or whatever. Just be aware of it that it's happening tomorrow. Check this here really quick. I still don't fucking like that either. Still don't like this either. I don't like that either. They like trying to price. Like, Tuesday. Are we waiting for fucking expiration for this shit? Tuesday, Wednesday. It's 87. Down there. Still don't like this down move here. Still don't like this down move. Don't like it. Like that one. You can see it right here. You know, I mean, I see the halfback trade there, but for the rejection to go down, it needs to reject this candle here. I think there's a fucking trap or something. I don't know what the fuck is going on right there. There's your halfback right there. Lower. Yeah, that never hit. That never hit there. See, I wanted to see that fucking. See that right there? We didn't fucking go up there and get told no. I don't know who the fuck these sellers are. These fucking guys think they're doing something, but they're not. The real sellers are up in here. They're buying time in here to send us down. You know, join in. Tuesday night. Oh, go back here. And throw it back down, and then we're back up. You know, this is saying we're going to hold, but this is saying the market's going to be saved. But maybe not, because that would be the place they would take it down again. Right there at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. on expiration. Still think this is fake ass bullshit right here. These buyers are all still here. These buyers are all still here. Push it back up again. And then VIXY at 9 a.m. Here's your 82. These will then become sellers right here. Here's where your sellers would be. Buy it again. Push it underneath finally. And start talking about more lows after that. Is there anything else here? Check VIX seasonality. Yeah, VIX seasonality shows when we're pumped too. $587. 85.82. Right in here. I still have a squeezing here, so I fucking hate selling NFP into NFP. I really do. I'm going to say you long that fucker. Long NFP. They've got the information wrong. In my viewpoint, they got the information wrong. NFP squeeze. And they're going to figure out that they got it right. And that we're all fucked. Inflation's going to ramp. Going to freak out and start selling it again. Hold on here. That over. I believe that was a 1 hour down here too. This will become a 4. One. 82. I ain't buying puts for NFP. Fuck no. I wanted to buy puts on a high on NFP. I don't want nothing to do with puts on under this close tomorrow. Fucking zero. I ain't bared up here. If we had traded 687 today, I would have been bared the fuck up. I would have been super fucking bare today. Super bare. If we just could have traded 87, I would have been fine. I would have been like, this is good. That bullshit off the bell this morning, fucking blew. I mean, I expected the down move off the bell, but the deepness that they sent us, I was like, no, I ain't flying. That's some OPEX shit. That was they pulled that same shit on FOMC. Like they ran that same fucking program in FOMC. I wanted to sell FOMC. We sold down into it. I was like, oh no, we're going up. They're taking their money and running where they can. Way is higher. Again. We'll run it down afterwards. Or I'll give a prediction right now. So you're gonna come into NFP and unemployment tomorrow. They're gonna rip your fucking faces off to the upside, and they're gonna tell you that it's because the data's bad. And then they're gonna. The hell was that? It's one of those Chinese bugs that sneaks in the house. You see that shit? Yeah, one of those stink bugs that have invaded the U.S. that like hide their way into the house. Came out to eat or something.
Lunik says U.S. trade court won't pause customs process amid tariff fight.
No, they're not going to rug pull here. They can't.
Punchbowl, Lunik is
can't rug pull like this. You need to have reason to rug pull. Like that's you need the unwind. You guys like data is like. I'm not going to explain it anymore. It's so rare. Like, it's like if you go to an NFP on a high, I would say sell the fuck out of NFP. I don't give a fuck what the data says.
Customs process.
They go into a low on NFP.
And
it's long.
Headline
every fucking time.
With House panel Republicans on Thursday.
And you'll win. You'll win 9 of those trades. 9 out of 10. Every time. So
the conversation,
no
according to the Punchbowl reporter,
I'm being dead
is expected to focus on
Turn
Section
this shit off here.
232.
Voice news disconnected.
It would serve you well on every fucking data drop like NFP. If we're going down into it, it's long on the close. If we're going up into it, it's down. Like, literally every time. Not every time, but 9 out of 10. Enough that you have an edge. So that's the same thing with FOMC last week. Watching that stupid shit selling down, and then the balls that people had on public saying that we traded sideways into it, and they regurgitated that shit. Stop listening to those fucking guys. Like even if I'm wrong today, it doesn't matter. The fact is that if you run that trade every fucking time, you're gonna win every fucking time. Like 9 out of 10 is every time. That is a fucking edge. So I'm dead serious here. This is like real money talking. So, like real fucking money, no bullshitting. Like, listen closely. Do not take that shit lightly. I posted that on FinTwit last week. I fucking hate selling down into events we're supposed to sell into. That's what I said it last week, and it worked. Like, it works because it works every fucking time. And the one time it doesn't work doesn't fucking matter. I don't give a fuck about 1 out of 10, ever. I only care about 9 out of 10. And you should only care about 9 out of 10 every fucking time. I'm being dead serious about that shit. You will destroy your account if you don't believe in that shit. Because mathematically fucking proven, you can go back to any fucking major event, and we're selling down on those binary events. Like, If we're flat or whatever, like truly flat, I'd be like, yeah, it's fine. If we trade up to it and flat, that's one thing. But you're like fading it and fading it and fading it for 2-3 days. You're fucking front running the volatility on that shit. So I'm assuming here, my assumption here is for where we are with price right now at this moment, we did something we were not supposed to do today. We're supposed to go up to sell NFP and then to sell fucking Vixpiration. So my assumption here right now is we're going to go up into this fucking NFP thing tomorrow. And then they're going to come back and spin a whole nother fucking story for you and be like, oh, yeah, it was actually really good news and it's bad. We had to deal with the market reaction. We laid off the market, right? As they're going to tell you. And FP was good, so it went up. And then they're going to realize halfway through the day, the tape, that good news is actually bad for the market. It's going to raise inflation. And then you're going to see Vixpiration kick in. Do not fuck with Vixpiration either. Listen to me closely here. Even if it doesn't go down, you don't want to be fucking like starting longs on like in and around VIX Eve, Vixpiration Eve, Vixpiration. Just don't fuck with it. Please believe me on that. So they squeeze us up for NFP, then they start shanking us into Vixpiration. You got to trust like both of those things that I just told you. You have to trust them. So I say this all the time and like, repeat it, repeat it, repeat it, repeat it. And even if it's 1 out of 10 where it's like, oh, that didn't work, it works. The other fucking 9 out of 10 times it works. I'm being dead serious here. So you want to trade like that consistently. No fucking 20/20 hindsight trading. If it doesn't rip to the basement or whatever, we can pick it back up and start running it up again. But you want to be very conscious of those things because they will blow you the fuck up in a real bad way. And I guarantee I'll be up there. If we hit that 87, I'm going to be up there buying puts for VIXI myself. I wish we had hit 87 on the open this morning. Not the open, but like 10 or just drive up and sideways and just, we had like driven up a little bit and just coasted a little bit sideways. I'd be a little bit more confident getting some puts for tomorrow, but I have zero confidence. So I woke up this morning going, just rip it up a little bit and we'll get some puts, call it a day for NFP and Vixpiration, and they're fucking slow fading us all afternoon. I don't want any fucking puts for that. I want 0 puts here. 0, not a fucking 1. They want to send us up here. I'll buy puts up there to send us lower, but no fucking way. Not for me, at least. I'll miss the trade down if we go down. Definitely a fucking no. The same thing on FOMC. I wanted to sell that fucking thing. We sold down into it. I totally switched. I'm like, I think we're going down here, but that's bullshit. We're going up here. I got a bunch of calls, made a bunch of money. So, same shit right now. Same fucking stupid shit. Sorry. So, my answer is no. You want to take me to fucking 87, I'll sell the fuck out of VIXI with you. But otherwise, way is higher. Right now at this moment, the way is higher at like 86, 82, maybe 87 and some change. Grab some liquidity and maybe we can sell Vixpiration on Wednesday. I do think that down move is there, but I have no interest in puts here. None. Knowing me, I'll get puts right here. They'll ramp my ass up to 87, send us down to like 50, and I'll be making like $1 or something. And I don't think the edge is there either. I'd rather sell 87 to get 76 the weekly or whatever and run back up. I don't like it right where it's at. I don't like any of the, I don't see any edge here. So no edge for me. Way is higher. I will sell VIXI though. If we can get up to 87, 85, 86, 87, anywhere up in there, I'll take a stab at some puts, but I'm not buying puts here for this close. No fucking way. And most of you out there with a small account, you probably have zero business trading today and tomorrow. They're binary events. I've said this a million times, like so many easier days to buy and sell. Stay the fuck away from these binary events. Unless you got like money and you're really good at the market, like in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. But I think the way is higher here. They're going to pull some fuckery here. And this still isn't complete here. Like, just look at this down here. Even this down, so this down move today is, I call this bullshit. This right here, it's not a fake wick, but this right here, where's Monday? Yeah, this candle right here is fake. It's not a wick. It's not a fake wick, but this candle to me is bullshit. We need to go up here and hit that fucking thing right there, and then it's done. This move is not done yet. This is a fake Fugazi candle right here. This one right here is a fake candle. This is a scam fucking print right here. This fucking thing was supposed to go. Is it the right day here? Check this. Yeah, it's Monday, 9:30, right? So this fucking candle right here, they pushed us up, right? Back down, but this is all fake money in here. It's all low fucking low. This is a fake bullshit candle. We're going up. I would have been fine with like the pull up, pull down, then nail it out, and then we go down and do this shit. This candle here is fucking fake. I'm telling you. Believe me. That candle right there is fake. Telling you. It was this part right here. So I was fine with like a pullback over here on the from 9, like right here, like a little pullback to go complete that shit. I'll show it to you guys right here. So this right here, this is all fake right here too, right? It's fake. Fake price up here. Right? So I'm like, yeah, go up there and hit that one, then we'll clean all that shit out, right? They came down here, cleaned this out, thought they were smart, but there's still a higher high that needs to be made before we start selling. So way is higher. Fake ass bullshit today. Stupidity. I ain't believing it. Try wiggling and waggling all this shit around. You get fucking NFP in your face tomorrow, it'll be fucking Green Bar City. Straight up. Although I do think it comes back down and we go to the depths of hell. But I want to see that 87. I want to see that fucking top tick up there. I want to see that fat ass rejection and we can go party downtown. You ain't getting 50 without it. I'll tell you that. I guarantee you're not getting 50 without it. You need that rejection up there to hit 50. If you don't hit that fucking 50, if you don't hit that shit, right, you're not going to do it in like pre-markets and fucking, you're not going to do it in pre-market at 9:30, 9:40 fucking 5, and then send this shit to 650. I'll make a bet that we don't. No fucking way. I want to see you reject the 687.5 so that we can go down. I want that inflection point rejected hard. Try that half step and fucking hit and run sell shit with me. No fucking way. I want to see 650 without doing that shit in after hours in pre-market. I'd be fucking beside myself if that was legit. You got to get the rejection on 687.50. That first sell down, you got all the way up to 685.0. It ain't good enough. Not in my book. No fucking way. You can try, I guess. It would speak more volumes. What it says more to me is that if I'm wrong, then 72 is the low or 76 is the low. And I don't know that 76 is the low. You're going to fuck up a bunch of bears if that's the case. Either I'm wrong or the bears are really wrong. It's one or the other. I don't like the idea of not rejecting that 87. I want a hard fuck you, and then that door to 50 just opens wide open. So I still see that move higher here. Even though I'm bearish just fucking Tuesday, Wednesday. I want to see the no. The way is lower. Fuck you. I don't see how you can do all that, and maybe they can. There's a trap here that I'm not seeing or something, but I want to see how we trade 650 without in pre-market on data. I don't see it. Bullshit candle this morning. I want to see the fuck you on 87 and a half, somewhere in there. And then I want to see that shit data come out in expiration so we can hammer this shit down to the depths of hell. Goddamn want me to buy puts in this fucking close for tomorrow and Wednesday, and then I get my ass handed to me. Goddamn, try this shit on me every fucking time. They're murdering these fucking bears with their fucking puts and closes, chasing the hole. they get killed over the next couple days. I watched motherfuckers talking about crashing over the weekend. I was like, what the fuck are these guys talking about? Nah. No, that's a hit and run. This is an inside jobby. I'm not believing it. I mean, I think you can get it down. I just don't think you can get it down to 650. In after hours pre-market stuff. I don't think so. I don't think you're getting 200 points. I'm not giving you 200 points. Maybe. Maybe that's the bet, but I think they're gonna rip your face off before they do it. It's nothing's ever that easy. I don't ever see any easy. I get told all these easy trades. I never see them. So I don't believe you. Sorry. I get told all these easy trades all the time, and I'm just like, no. It would be that fucking easy that I'll be rich, especially these fucking bears. They're just not that rich, so it's not how it goes. I want to see that rejection. It would even reinforce me even more, like that it's fake bullshit, because then it means you're not gonna like sell that and then start selling after hours and pre-markets, and that price is never coming back. That's not how we top markets. They have real money selling in cash market. I've seen it too many fucking times. You know when a top's in. We fucking top, it's big. When we start selling, it's in cash market. It's like relentless, day in, day out, day in, day out. This is all fucking scam right now. You know it when we're in selling. It's easy to see. It's crystal clear. Crystal clear. Or an unwind of some sort. I would take it after an OpEx too. That's the only other time I would go into real money selling mode. After QuapX, OpEx, that kind of stuff. After expiration, after OpEx. But not before. No, not where we are right here before. We're like fucking a few dollars from all-time highs. Not yet. It's not that easy. No puts for me into this close. I do have the dotted lineup for you, so I'll give it to you, but I want to see 80, 85, 80, or I'll take 85 to 87 and a half, somewhere in there. And I'll buy some puts for that downstroke. Otherwise, I'll just sit in my hands. I'll miss the trade. I'd rather not get annihilated. I can always be down there to buy a dip. In either way, I can't lose. I can't lose buying the dip, and I can't lose waiting to sell 87 and a half. So in both, I have 100% guarantee of winning. So no. Fuck you, no. I love you, but no. I want to see 87. 87 and a half get tagged. And that's really what I want to see. I want to see that rejection of like, it's a little bit lower than 88.15. And that this like fake scam bullshit down here is a fuck no. You know, I'll show you one other thing here. I'm going to make this easy for you. Let me just make this really easy for you. I'm going to make this really fucking easy. Make this simple. See all these fucks right here? You know how many times you've said this? I'm going to count them for you, okay? I'm going to count for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'll take my fucking chances. I'll take my fucking chances in being wrong here. I get the point that NFP is going to finally do it, right? But I'll tell you what, I would think that it's more than likely going to be fixed expiration that would do it. I would have preferred to have been like up here. I would have preferred to have sold right around here. Just a little bit, tiny bit more. And I know that you're thinking it's NFP that's going to do it, but all you got to do is get some bullshit in this NFP, and all of a sudden you're just cranking up here, and the real sell is like right there. You just see it, simple as day. So, fuck no. I know you want the wish upon a star down here. This is the one. I know that NFP is your first chance for it, but and then I get my ass in a sling up here, and then I'm fucking, doing all that stupid shit to go down there. I'll miss the trade and buy the dip. This is like asking to have a hurt put on you. Sitting right on 6,800, right on where all the buyers are too. And these are the same fuckers that bought these are the same assholes that bought FOMC. The same pricks. No. Fucking no. Up is the way. I understand. I get that NFP can be the trigger. NFP comes in bad, unemployment comes in bad, then we get the expiration. I know the book. I read them. I read the fucking, what do you call it, every goddamn fucking week. Here's my manifesto. It's 30 pages long. In a complicated way, explain to you why it's going to crash on this day. No. If I read that, I'd be fucking broke right now. Past like fucking 11 times I was told that. No again. No, you guys gotta understand, like, to unwind this shit, you need like Vixpiration. And you need material, something material. Like, we are wound into 7,000. We are wound into QuapX. No. Has to be like Vixpiration. No, it's not the unwind trade. No, it's not all this shit they spew you. It's literally fucking contract roll. It's what it is. The option market doesn't give a fuck. I'll be honest with you guys. Like, the option market doesn't give a fuck about anything. And then when new information comes in, when the roll happens on the monthly contracts, you can change direction. Quarterly, same thing afterwards. This shit gets so wound up. Like, you could, like, I don't want to say this, but like, you could set a nuclear bomb off on the day before quarterly expiration, and this fucking thing would trade right to the fucking bitter end until that shit was done. It used to be a little bit more easy to move out of that, like pre-1998 maybe. but there's so many fucking things now. Like they've padded themselves so much that between circuit breakers and fucking insurance and you name it, there's like so many fucking fail safes now, so that they don't go bankrupt. That I don't see it tomorrow. Sorry. I would have seen it. I would have liked to have seen this go up today and then sell into it. I would have liked to have seen the upside move, the hard rejection on that 87.5. That's your first bear thing. Like, boom, that's bad. And then your next bad thing would be NFP and unemployments. Boom, send it down. And then you close the fucking door on Vixpiration. You ratchet it to the downside. That would be like, shut the fucking door on the bulls. But this bullshit pre-market, no. 30 million shares? No, sorry. I don't do it. All that hit and run bullshit, fucking faking the market out. That mean if anything, that even if we traded 50 would mean it's going to slingshot back. You're not selling the market with 30 million shares on a pre-market or buying the market in, fucking Sunday futures in Europe and Asia, and then you're fucking coming back and slamming the market in the morning. It just ain't happening like that. So not in my view, it isn't. So, or if it does, it's coming straight back. It's all fake price. If it's that, so I'll just be there to buy the dip. Well, no, what I'm not doing is I'm not buying goddamn puts into this close. I'm not giving you my money. No. We got a whole bunch of stuff coming in though. Hoods, Spotify hit earlier. Hood just tagged. Like some lows that I was looking for. Oh yeah, nice and down there, nice and dirty. Send that shit down to the dumpster for me. Look at my target; it's trading $97 right now. Ooh yeah. No, it's the same group of buyers, man. There's three places they're buyers at. They're buyers at 650. It's the same group of assholes. They're like it's the same group. There's like three. They're in three places. They're at like right where we are, and then there's one other place. I think it's 67, and then they're at 50, 52. Same group of buyers. It's the same group. They started back in September, and they gave us like this big FOMO squeeze up, and they've been running this shit since mid-September. Same fucking group of buyers. Been watching them for like a whole quarter. Whole fucking quarter been watching them. So even if they get us down to 50 right now, they're still here in the market. These fucking buyers are still here. I'm telling you, they're still here. They're getting their blow off top. They're getting their 3 legs of a fucking distribution. You can dick around price all you want, but these guys are still here. Still fucking here. They're sitting at 50. That's where they were at in September. I've already drawn that thing out like 18 fucking times. And every fucking seller has been wrong to this point. To this day, they've been wrong. So, we're still in this last leg here. Make that last distribution. There should be one more. Should be one more at the end of the year. That's a big fan. It's been going on for like months now. You can see it's clear as day. Yeah, it's a double top. I was told it was a double top, right? There was a double top. The bulls think it's a 5th wave. Then we just got a new all-time high the other day. You can see it like clear as fucking day. A big ass distribution's been going on for like. See it. It's easy. It's clear as fucking day. There's like one. This is the FOMO thrust they call it, right? Stops right here. You get right. This is a whole different trade. So this is a different trade. It's called a FOMO thrust. It puts you up here. And then you start distribution. This is your first leg of distribution. This is your second leg of distribution. And then you get your third leg, which is way the fuck up here. It's like way up here. It's not fucking this shit right here. Oh, double top. It wasn't a double top anymore, is it? Because you got a new high. This is confirming that the way is higher. So then it's just a matter of buying a fucking dip. You know, whatever that dip is, whether that dip is down here in the 50s, it's the same fucking group of buyers. They slammed it in here, partied, right? There's one, right? See it? See it? You can see it, right? There's one more left. We got one more way up here. And then we're done. Here they go. One. There's one. There's two. There. And the third one should be like monster. Oh, sorry. It should go something just like this. They look like this. Here, let's talk about this really quick. I wanted to talk about this last week anyways. Let me talk to you guys about some distributions, what they look like. So you have distribution, right? I'm going to talk about this real quick. Normally you have like price grinding. Not grinding, but you'll have like normal price action, right? And then when you're coming into a top, let's say, we'll call this a top. This is a top. T-O-P. If you're coming in a top, you'll normally see this. I forget this. This one has a bunch of different names for it, but you'll see this like, it's considered like a FOMO. It's like an upward thrust or something. And from this point, right, you'll settle into the top. We'll start parking in here. Just like this. Bam, 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 bam. And the market's going to decide if this is a top or not. And then we start a distribution. Usually not that high spot there. So the thrust is right here. And then what we do is we'll begin a distribution point or a distribution phase. Hold on here. Bring that back there. Something like that. And so what happens typically is you'll do like 3 waves. 1, right? 2, and 3. And then down. And what you really need to know is just identify that thrust once you're up there, right? And you'll, damn it. Bring this over here. There we go. There's some rules to this stuff here. If you're in a low liquidity or any kind of like smaller frame, not a daily frame or 4-hour frame or whatever, these can fail. You need to remember just a few things here. You need to remember that you want to stay on this plane or at least this start of this. So it's either here or here to be buying dips, right? So let's say you get your first thrust up and you come down, right? You can't be losing this stuff here to buy a dip. It's negligent. You can't come up here and not get a new high. It's like if you fail your new high, let's say you come up here and you fail your new high, that's bad. You don't buy that dip either, that's bad. Down. But if you start respecting this stuff, like the high, the base holds, the new high, the base holds, or even this base, that holds, that's fine too, as long as you got the prior high and you haven't violated this one, or even if you recover without a new second low. This one's still valid. And they usually are bigger, massive. Now, you will see like traps in here for bulls. But if you're not paying attention to the rules inside of this thing, you'll be like, oh, I got caught in that. Hey, we went down here and, you know, I'm buying a dip. You shouldn't have bought that dip. You already know that. You didn't make a new high. And then you're underneath. So it broke. But we're still we're like right here. Theoretically we are somewhere in here. Still, we just got a new high over here. So even if you're just stretching price, it's still a part of that wave right there. This is 650 right here. Even if it's a fake out, even if you're doing it pre-market or whatever, it'll still revert back and go up there and hit that high on this higher frame. So I realize people want to do that, but I don't buy it. So this is still part of one whole trade to go up here and do this. And this is actually telling you the same thing right here. That no matter where we go here, even if you blast down briefly and go whoop, you're actually still in this bigger trade right here. And this all proves it back here too. So no, the bull market's not over. You can see some sexy ones right there. Right there is another sexy one right there. I personally would have liked to have seen. Would have liked to have just seen this. Would have liked to have seen just that fucking big rejection right there. Send that fucker down. Let's go back and look at it here too. So you can kind of see it right here. If you want that big down move right there, nope, didn't get it there. See this one right here? See that fucker right there? Shit like this. It's that equal fucking leg right there. Try to send us down, try to scam us out, and all of a sudden it's like wham, big move downs day after. That's kind of what I'm looking at here, like something just like that. Yeah, you bullshit this out, they squeeze you up, and then we slam it down. Wham, wham. And I think even if you sell this into the close, you get the NFP, rip your face off, then we're down. This is where I'm at right here. Up and then down. I want to see this like big rejection up here. I want to see that big equal high up here. Get told no, and then wham it. And you get the unwind from VIXI in here. I don't even give a fuck if we go straight down right here. And we're green by open. The answer is no for me. No poots. I can't see where I lose here. Dude, Pax wants to move again to the upside. Could I have sold EVTV this morning, maybe? They traded a high of $1.37 today. SPY down $1 today. Yeah, these buyers are still here. Same group of buyers. You have to be under fucking 650 to say those buyers are gone. I've been here since September. I've been dicking around in this market the whole quarter. Matter of fact, you knew the market was saved on September 17th at the last FOMC meeting. We FOMO'd up into it and they bought it. Same group of buyers. And you just got a new all-time high. If those buyers aren't here, then why do we get an all-time high? Explain that to me. You have, like, I don't hate saying, there's more buyers than sellers, but you can't be telling me the market's fucking crashing with new all-time highs and that the buyers have gone. You take out that September 17th group. They were here on the 17th. They were here on the 10th of September 17th. They stepped in again on October 10th, and they came back again on November 21st. They're looking to buy again, in my view, for one more trip higher at the end of the year. Now, after the end of the year, I don't know. I'm not too bulled up into the beginning of part of this year. I'd say if the contra trade in the beginning of the year is only how high can we squeeze to sell? It's the only bullish thing I can see. Like, like January, February, March, and wherever we top out, that Q1 sell. I do wonder where that is. I think it's at 715 if you want to know on SPY. About 750. Failure of 720. And I'm not looking at next year like I'm looking at next year either sideways or bunch of crashes going up, one or the other. And the only other, if I had a contra thought process to that, it's that we left behind 5,600. We should close that out. We left behind a weekly gap on SPX down there. It's the only sloppy thing that I see left behind that's anything that I'm concerned about. And the thing that fascinates me about all of this is where do you hide your money if we're going into inflation? I asked myself that question this weekend of thinking about next year. Can't put your money in the bond market. Where can you put it? China markets? Oh, I wouldn't fucking dare. Over the next 2 years, I wouldn't have any money invested in China. European markets? That's a tough call, too. With war starting, I would say no Asia, no China, or no Asia, no Euro markets. I would always prefer a U.S. market next 2 years. So if it's not U.S. markets, where is it? Real estate, maybe? Gold, of course, Bitcoin. Buy a shitload of used cars. I've had a bunch of shit that I've thought about. I really have. Like, Detroit's coming back right now. So we're in Detroit's this weird place where you want to be grateful for what Detroit had when it was in the shitter. But a lot of but with Detroit coming back, people are starting to demand more for what they give and get, right? So Detroit's in this weird place where it's like prime real estate to start crushing the be grateful for what you have crowd that's kind of skating now. That makes any sense? If you're out there and you're in business, Detroit's in this place where you want to listen to this closely now. Detroit is kind of place where if you got into Detroit, like I want to say 7 to 10 years ago, somewhere in there, about 7 to 10 years ago, you pretty much caught the bottom. And it's now in this place where I'm not going to name names, but as an example, let's say when Detroit was at bottom, MOC, Mag 7, buy side, big time buying. Big time buying the Dow.
1.1 billion.
Show you guys this really quick. It's MOC imbalance. It'll change as we get closer to the close here. It's all buy. Buy, 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 buy. Detroit's so I'm looking at like where do I put money? I got to put money somewhere. Make sure our inflation. Where's the safest place? This isn't gambling money. This is save money, right? Is it the S&P 500? It could be. That's my point I'm trying to make to you guys. It might be just buy the. I was fearful just buy the S&P 500 today. Regardless of a pullback in the spring. I didn't do that, but I'm looking at all avenues. I'm like emerging markets, nope. I'm like before it comes to Europe, nope. Bitcoin already got some taste there. Gold, fuck gold. I've always been a fuck gold guy. Get trapped in that shit, you're fucked for years, decades. So I want some like in and out ability, and I don't want to get trapped in it for 10, 20 years. So I'm thinking S&P 500 today. But over the weekend, I did think about some other shit. Like Detroit is in this weird place where they like. Let's say you had like the best sandwich shop in Detroit. If Detroit was a hellhole one time, that one sandwich shop killed it, and they were good, and great for Detroit. But Detroit's getting better, so people will go on. People will like say these are the top 5 sandwich shops in Detroit, Michigan. I've eaten at all of them. I've eaten, drank, eaten anything I can partake of here, and I'm like, man, you know what? Like that shit doesn't pass the mustard anymore. I'm like, that shit's good for Detroit, but Detroit's got some people. I went out to another place. I went to this bar. Went to a bar at a Lark. I went to a cigar bar. I had to meet up with a guy, and I'm like, we'll go to the cigar bar and check the cigar bar out. The cigar bar was closed. It was a nice, quiet place we could sit down and talk. Cigar bar was closed. This past week. This was either Friday or Saturday night. It wasn't Sunday. It was Friday or Saturday. I walked into this fucking bar in downtown Detroit that I've never been inside. They had music playing outside. Everybody was inside. It was like fucking -5 degrees outside. And we had never been in this place. So I'm like, let's go in there and see what's going on. It was packed. I don't want to say this, but it was packed with young, wealthy people, probably in finance. And it reminded me of like every fucking Chad bar in Chicago or New York. I've never seen that shit in Detroit, ever. I've never fucking seen that. I saw that this past weekend. I was like, get the fuck out of here. Like, I see that here and there, but not at that scale. It was asses to elbows. It was shocking. Like, those guys could keep one place busy for, like, asses to elbows every day. It was really cool to see. Again, all the way back to where do you park your money? You buy the S&P 500, is it safer than the bonds? Probably. If we're going to go into inflation, probably safer than bonds. More than likely. I'm going to go zero rates here, man.
Trump says, I've recently spoken to Putin.
That was a nice trade right. No, this one. That was a good trade right there. That was real nice. MOC now turning into sell side. And this close here. Neutral close. You can see that. Put that right there for you. Top eyes Verizon. McDonald's, ABBV, ITW, and D. Ooh. Dominion Energy looks good. Check out Dominion Energy. ITW. I don't know about that one. Haven't seen AbbVie in a while. AbbVie looks good too right here, but it's still inside of its channel. Surprised they're buying that one too.
Trump just reiterating that the praising of his stock market, praising of stock market gains. Trump says Toyota just approved manufacturing plants in the US. That concludes Trump comments then from the Oval Office. So a reminder, later on, he's due to be holding a Christmas reception.
Looking at my account.